gelando. Gelando.
تايم سدا سربا
أنسبري تغيكوبا إلى نزا إلى كوبا
كنري عطرني با يهدي كاني مقا
سكنا وديغنتا فالتقلا دنيا واتي سكنا وديغنتا فالتقلا
et ma désir. Et dans d'autres pays, adieu, ça fait. J'ai trouvé le métro, n'est pas un petit boulot. J'ai trouvé le métro, n'est pas un petit boulot. J'ai quitté une amie et ma désir. Et dans d'autres pays, adieu, ça fait. J'ai trouvé le métro, n'est pas un petit boulot. J'ai trouvé le métro, n'est pas un petit boulot.
Il dit me donner un os seulement des bombes. Donnez-nous des motobombes pour qu'on puisse quand même venir à nos besoins naturels, pour trouver la vie, le savoir et la sagesse.
bring it in, you look at it, because if you ignore it, it's just going to come knocking. I look at it, and then I acknowledge it, and then I put it away. I started doing that, and it started with like 10 minutes. And then after the meditation, I would like journal about things that I thought about.
colleagues, can we please ask that people settle in so that we can ask the minister and deputy ministers and the representative from the province to enter the room? If there are any people outside, can we please ask you to come and have a seat? Just to give you a very short introduction, my name is Trudy van Wyk. I'm the Chief Director responsible for social inclusion and quality in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Our program will commence by the dignitaries entering the room. I just want you then to stand up and let them take their seats on the stage. Then we will play the national anthem and the anthem of the African Union. We must please be standing for that. And after that, we will start with the proceedings as in your program. Unfortunately, you have enjoyed the Mampwe visit so much that we are running more than an hour late. And we are going to start then our proceedings now when we enter the room. And then we will have, if we look at the program, on page, okay, that's the third page, we will have the presentation of the survey from 12:40 to 12:50, and then the moderator's lounge from 12:50 to 1 o'clock. Then we will invite you for lunch, and then after the lunch, and we really want you to be seated at 2 o'clock again, and then after lunch at 2 o'clock, we start with the first parallel session on addressing current realities and challenges in the recognition of foreign qualifications at 2 o'clock, and that will go to 2:45. That will be followed by the second one from 2:45 to 3:30, and then the last parallel session from 15:30 to 16:50, whereafter we will do the wrap-up and the closing. So we will be maybe 5 or 10 minutes late for the evening, so then we invite you to go to the cocktail that's served, I think this side, but it's in the same menu on the other side of the King's Ballroom. So I'm going to fetch the minister and the other dignitaries, and then let's just start with the program. And we also want to welcome our online participants. We have got over 300 online participants, so we are running at around 500 participants of this seminar, so I'm looking forward to a very exciting discussion, and I hope we're going to contribute and discuss and really give, because in the spirit of the G20, we are here to give and to share and to build partnerships. So thank you. I'm going to just fetch the minister and the dignitaries. Thank you, colleagues.
No me duele el bien o mal, cuando noches no son social transformation. The key priority on your agenda of recognition of qualification, mutual recognition of qualification, resonate deeply with our inspiration of our community and our people here in Northwest. The recognition of mutual recognition of qualification is not just a policy issue; it's also a human issue. It is about giving every child an opportunity, regardless of their background, to the tool to strive in the whole world. It's about unblocking human potential in the whole world. And it is about breaking the cycle of poverty and inequality that continue to challenge our society. By investing in this discussion will definitely be an investment for future scientists, future leaders, future innovators, and compassionate citizens of the world. Your deliberation over the next 3 days will be of a great importance for us as this province, Northwest Province. We live in an increased interconnected world. Mobility, collaboration, and shared knowledge have become the currency of the future. Recognizing each other, academic and professional qualification across board is fundamental to remove barriers and enable talent to flourish and fostering global solidarity. We are proud that this transformative discussion are taking place right here in our province, a land of rich in culture, history, biodiversity, and resilience. The Northwest is known as a home of a platinum belt. But beyond our mineral wealth, we are a province of the people-driven progress. Our people are greatest asset of the people who believe in education, who value community, and who are committed to rewrite our own future. Sun City itself is not just a destination, it is a symbol of renewal and opportunity. I encourage you, while you are still here, to explore the beauty of our surrounding, the Pilansberg National Park, our heritage sites, our traditional arts, and above all, the home of our people in Northwest. I am particularly heartened that this meeting is preceded by the high-level seminar that provides space for thoughtful exchange amongst educators, researchers, civil society, and government. This includes platform enrich our global discourse and ensure that our outcomes are practical, grounded, and responsive to the real-world challenges. To all delegates, I want to assure you of the Northwest Province government's full support for this process. We stand ready to collaborate, to learn and to contribute to the global vision of education that leaves no one behind. We are confident that the outcome of this meeting will not only shape policy, but will translate into a real positive change in the classroom, in our communities, in our country, and across the globe. In closing, I offer my heartfelt thanks to the Department of Higher Education, the G20 Secretariat, and all partners involved in bringing this meeting to fruitful. Your leadership and commitment are the cornerstone of global progress. Tla ke tse tšhono go le leboga go le amogela bagaetsho ka diatla tse di bofuthu mo Northwest. May this gathering be productive, inspiring, and most particular it should be impactful to our people. Let it mark the beginning of a stronger partnership and lasting solution that echo far beyond our borders. Enjoy your stay in Northwest Province, enjoy your dialogue, and most importantly, continue being champion of the transformative power of education. Tla ke tse tšhono to thank you, ke a leboga bagaetsho.
Thank you. Honorable Mwata, thank you very much. It is wonderful to receive such a warm message. I take this opportunity to greet all the members of the G20 countries. Hola, Argentina. Good day, Australia. Hola, Brazil. Hello, Canada. Ni hao, China. Bonjour, France. Hello, Germany. Hello, India. Hello, Indonesia. Ciao, Italy. Hello, Japan. Hello, Mexico. Hello, Russia, Saudi Arabia. Eita, South Africa, Eita. It's an honor for me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Honorable Dr. Mimi Kondwe, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa. Dr. Kondwe was appointed as the Deputy Minister for Higher Education on the 30th of June 2024. She has been a Member of Parliament since 2019 and has served in numerous parliamentary committees, including the Committee on Public Enterprises, Public Service and Administration, State Security, and the Section 194 inquiry. And in addition to serving on these committees, she has also served on Joint Ethics Committee of Parliament and the Joint Constitutional Review Committee of Parliament. Dr. Mimi Kondwe holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Philosophy from the University of Cape Town, a Bachelor of Laws from Rhodes University, and both a Master and a Doctor of Laws in Mercantile Law from the University of Stellenbosch. While studying towards her PhD at the University of Stellenbosch, Dr. Kondwe was awarded a number of scholarships and grants in recognition of her academic achievements, including the Fulbright Scholarship, the Andrew Mellon Foundation Scholarship, and the Baden-Württemberg Scholarship. Dr. Kondwe has a rich professional background in the legal, academic, and political spheres. Her career includes holding positions as a content advisor and researcher at the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and junior lecturer and research assistant at the University of Stellenbosch. Her leadership and dedication to public service have been evident in her various roles, including mentoring young leaders and driving crucial national issues while still serving in the portfolio committees of public service and administration and public enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Minnie Kondwe to the podium to deliver opening remarks, but also to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Pamela Nobuhle-Ngabane.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that introduction. I always get shy when I'm introduced because everybody looks at me and I'm thinking, sure, yeah. But thank you very much. Distinguished representatives from G20 member states, invited guest countries, international partners, delegates, esteemed colleagues, and friends, good afternoon. Permit me to also at this juncture recognize the over 300 delegates from across the globe that are joining us online. Good afternoon to all the delegates joining us online. It is both a privilege and an honor for me to join you at this critical seminar of the G20 Education Working Group. Let me begin by acknowledging a very important day in our continental calendar, and that is Africa Day, which we celebrated on the 25th of May, 2 days ago. Africa Day represents a day of great and deep significance, not just for our continent, but for all who believe in the enduring promise of unity, freedom, and development. The African Union, one of our G20 members, reminds us that our collective destiny lies in our commitment to integration, peace, inclusive growth, and the empowerment of all, particularly the empowerment of women and young people who are essentially the heartbeat of our continent's future. When South Africa assumed the presidency of the G20 on 1 December 2024, we did so guided by the themes of equality, sustainability, and solidarity. These are not just words, ladies and gentlemen. They are the lens through which we view our continental and global responsibilities. We are particularly proud that this seminar reflects our shared commitment to gender equality. If we look at our stage this morning, the meaningful representation of women to our broader discussions is not just commendable, it is essential. Women must not only be recipients of educational opportunities, but they must also be the architects of the systems that define the future of work and education. Let us approach the deliberations today with the same resolve and solidarity that Africa Day requires of us. May we work together to build a truly inclusive, responsive, and globally connected education system which recognizes and values every qualification, every journey, and every dream. In this spirit and vein, I'm proud and honored to introduce the Minister of Higher Education and Training. She is one of 31 female members of the executive, a woman, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm very proud to be working with. A woman who has gone out of her way from the very first day that I met her to empower me as a fellow female leader. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nobuhle Pamela Ngabane was appointed as Minister of Higher Education on 3 July 2024. Following her election as a Member of Parliament in 2019, she subsequently served as Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy from August 2021 to June 2024. She holds a PhD, a Doctor of Philosophy in Administration from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She also earned an MSc with the School of Oriental and African Studies in International Business Management with the University of London. She has also completed a number of short-term diplomas and certificates in various areas such as labor, compliance management, and youth development. Dr. Ngabane is a lifelong learner who's also currently studying towards a master's degree in the field of energy leadership with the Wits Business School. She's passionate about our young people, their development and potential in shaping the future of South Africa, both in education and in the workplace, something which is very relevant for today's deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please help me in welcoming our very own, the Minister of Higher Education and Training, the Honorable Dr. Nobuhle Pamela Ngabane, as she delivers today's keynote address. I thank you.
Thank you so much, to programs directors of this session, the Deputy Ministers of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Mimi Gondwe, as well as Mr. Budi Manamela, the Chief Whip representing MEC for Economic Development, Environment Conservation, as well as Tourism, the members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, led by the Chairperson, Honorable Tebogo Letsie, the G20 member states delegates, invited countries and international organizations, Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, who is also a program director of this very important session, esteemed moderators and panelists from 12 different countries, the senior executive of the private sector partners present here today, the senior management and officials of South African government present here today, the senior leaders in the education and training sector, including representatives of the student leadership movement of our country. All participants present here today, including all those that are joining online, good afternoon. It is an honor and privilege to host you today at this August G20 seminar on a very important topic, the mutual recognition of qualifications and skills in a global context. This topic occupies the heart of the regional and global cooperation and collaboration, inclusive economic development and equality, important human capital growth and development. Because what we need to understand is that if there is no clear human capital development program globally in South Africa and the SADC region, as well as the continent, there will be no economic growth. South Africa's G20 presidency is hosted under the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. We are convening this G20 seminar being mindful of our overarching priorities, which seeks to take action to strengthen disaster resilience and response, to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries, to mobilize finance for a just energy transition and harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. It is very important for me to also mention in this very important gathering that as the country, we have already developed our critical mineral strategy as the country. We are rich in terms of our natural endowments, and we call upon various countries to come on board and invest in South Africa. The world we live in today can be characterized by skills mobility, innovation, internationalization, and interconnectedness. These factors have remarkably imposed rapid changes in our labor markets. The education and training sector has been grossly impacted by this emerged reality, and we have to respond swiftly and appropriately. The recognition of qualifications and skills across border is no longer optional, it is becoming mandatory. Whether for a student seeking studying opportunities in a country not of their birth, a young professional seeking job opportunities abroad, a returning migrant with valuable skills, or a refugee aiming to rebuild their life. Mutual recognition of qualifications and skills is a key that unlocks mobility, access, and economic empowerment, all critical for human capital growth as well as dignity. The thrust of this seminar is centered on highlighting the significance of mutual recognition of qualifications and skills. That's why it matters for us today to meet as a diverse portfolio to see how best then do we address the issues that affects our post-school education as well as our education system globally to respond to the demands. When the mutual recognition of qualifications and skills is executed correctly, it fosters academic mobility for students, researchers, and lecturers, labor mobility for skilled workers, policy coherence across countries and regions, and economic resilience through a more agile workforce. These are more of the crucial and tangible benefits which are enabled by mutual recognition of qualifications and skills. The recognition of qualification and skills is thus not an abstract phenomenon that has no practical application. It is rooted in the attitude of knowledging, learning, and skill set, regardless of where they were acquired. It is about ensuring that knowledge, skills, and competencies are not lost in translation or confined across systems and borders, because the movement of people across national border is an undeniable reality of our contemporary world. Practical mutual recognition of qualifications and skills supports not only individual aspirations, but also national development goals and regional integration agenda, such as the African Union Agenda 2063. Program directors of the sessions, the ladies and gentlemen present here, the continent of Africa remains the premise of South Africa's foreign relations. SADC is our gateway to the continent, and therefore we have to prioritize both Africa and SADC region as far as mutual recognition of qualification is concerned. Here at home in South Africa, we've made meaningful progress. Our National Qualifications Framework, established through the National Qualifications Framework Act 68 of 2008, has laid a strong legislative foundation for ensuring that qualifications are quality assured, transparent, and comparable. It allows for formal learning to sit alongside recognition of prior learning and workplace-based learning, supporting a more inclusive and flexible approach to education. Equally important, the NQF level seeks to facilitate access, mobility, and progression within education, training, and career paths. It enables collaboration with international counterparts on all matters of mutual interest concerning qualifications framework and evaluation of qualifications that were obtained outside the country. For instance, today, amongst the midst, we have about 10 students who are studying in various countries around the world. Last night, I had an engagement with students who are doing their master's degrees as well as their PhDs in China. And I can tell you that the future looks bright. It is evidently clear that South Africa is committed to collaborative initiatives and efforts on matters relating to qualifications. To demonstrate this, we are also aligning with regional and international frameworks such as the Southern African Development Community Qualifications Framework and the African Continental Qualifications Framework. We are doing this to ensure that our national system speaks the same language as our neighbors and global partners. South Africa is also signatory to the revised Convention on the Recognition of Studies and Certificates, Diploma, Degrees, and other academic qualifications in higher education in African states, and the Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications concerning higher education. Ratification of these conventions reflects a commitment to improving the recognition of foreign qualifications and fostering international mobility of students, academics, and skilled workers. I want to encourage G20 members and guest countries to consider the ratification of these regional and global instruments so that we thrive together. It is not only demonstrating your commitment, but also your willingness to collaborate across the globe to the benefit of countries and those who are migrating between countries. It goes without saying that there are challenges and unfamiliar opportunities for growth, differences in regulatory environments, qualification structures, and data systems can complicate mutual recognition efforts. But these are not barriers, they are invitations for us to innovate, for us to develop a culture or instill a culture of ideation, invention, and innovation. Micro-credentials have emerged as a new challenging phenomenon, while at the same time, they offer us flexibility to recognize short bursts of learning, upskilling, and on-job training in ways that traditional systems may overlook. Working together remains the key, and closer to home, I want to congratulate the potential of micro-credentials in Southern Africa initiative. It represents a collaborative endeavor among leading African and European universities, national councils, and strategic partners, including my own department, which I'm leading with my deputy ministers here, aimed at exploring and leveraging the transformative potential of micro-credentials within the Southern African region. Innovation like these are vital as they respond to the needs of today's learners and tomorrow's workforce. This is why you are gathered at this seminar today. We are here to discuss, we are here to debate, we are here to listen, we are here to learn, we are here to share our knowledge and experiences as well as insights and collaborate. We need closer partnerships between governments, quality assurance bodies, academic institutions, employers, and learners themselves. I'm told, because I saw them yesterday, that the leadership of USAF, the leadership of SAUS, the leadership of SAFETA is here, and I'm sure they are going to contribute effectively in shaping our global agenda in trying to then modernize our education system. Together we can craft a future where qualifications are not questioned, but trusted, where skills are valued regardless of where they were acquired. We believe that the trust in each other's system must be built on dialogue, quality assurance, and shared standards, and we are committed to deepening that trust as the country. In conclusion, Program Director and dignitaries, let me remind you that ultimately recognition of a qualification or skill is about recognizing a human being, their dignity, their effort, their potential, and most importantly, their contribution to society. Let us commit ourselves today to build stronger bridges between systems and make sure that there are no barriers. I wish you all a productive and forward-looking seminars. I'm looking forward to panel discussions that are going to take place this afternoon. Thank you so much.
We can do better, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause. Honorable Letsie, Honorable Msezana, Honorable Sols, Honorable Ngubane, our members of Parliament that are here and in the portfolio committee of our department, we are pleased to have you here today. May I also indicate that right at your back, we are in full capacity, consisting of captains of our industry in the post-school education and training sector, students leadership, community leadership, the private sector, and CEOs of all of our entities and their representative are present here today. Dr. Nkabane, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, thank you for your encouraging and insightful message. We are all very touched by your emphasis that the recognition of qualifications and skills is about recognizing human beings. It is about recognizing their dignity. It is about recognizing their effort and potential. And most importantly, it is about contribution to society. Dr. Nkabane has made a call to building stronger bridges between systems and to work together. And we wish to assure you that your call will be answered. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Mimi Kondwe, thanks for your opening seminar in the true African spirit of Ubuntu. Thanks for taking us forward to the equality of men and women that we, through all deliberations today and in meetings that are following, have to carry the G20 theme of equality, sustainability, and solidarity. We all agree these are not just words, they are the lens through which we view our global responsibilities. Mr. Mwate, the whip and representative of the host province, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for this facility here that you've maintained so well over the many years. We feel the hospitality of the people of the Northwest Province. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to every G20 member and invited guests that are here today. We are privileged to be here, and let us stand together to thank our leadership and to usher them back as they take their seats. We will request that Mr. Kumalo usher the ministers here. Later on in the program, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Butima Namela, is going to give us an abstract of the entire seminar. And we are looking forward at the time when Honorable Manamela does this. And I think all of us are looking forward to that part of the program led by our Deputy Minister, Honorable Butima Namela. For now, Mr. Kumalo will usher our dignitaries into their seats, and I will hand over the program to the capable hands of my co-chair, the Deputy Director General of Planning, Policy and Strategy for Education and Training in South Africa. Over to you, Mtungwa.
Greetings again. Hello. Sanbona. All right. In return, we say Sawubona. Can we try? All right. A little bit louder. Sanbona. Ninjani. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I have the privilege of chairing the following session. I want to refer you to the program. It's session 2. It's called Qualifications, Evaluation of Foreign Qualifications in G20, and Invited Guests, Results from the Survey. Before I do so, colleagues, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to every G20 member state and invited guests, invited countries that took time to participate in the mutual recognition of qualifications survey that were sent out in April. Your contributions are not only valued, They are extremely vital. The insights you shared with us are already enriching our presentation and shaping our shared understanding in the spirit of us sharing case studies and the purpose of why we are here today. For those that haven't found the program yet, let me just outline it very briefly. It's session 2, it's qualifications, it's evaluation of foreign qualifications in G20 and invited guest countries, results from the survey. The presentation will be made by our South African Qualifications Authority, and they will focus on what are the current realities and challenges in qualification regimes, evaluation of foreign qualifications, micro-credentials, and recognition by professional practices. And as I read out the name, I'm going to request colleagues to please come to the front. So it's going to be Miss Nolisindiso Kai, Senior Manager Research Projects from SAQA. And I'm going to please request, if possible, Madam, to please come to the front. The next is going to be, maybe let's leave it at Miss Nolisindi for now. Just to give you a little bit of context, and I'm going to try to keep it very brief in the interest of time. Ms. Nolisindi Sokai, Senior Manager Research Projects, who has compiled a draft report on what are the current realities and challenges in qualification regimes, evaluation of foreign qualifications, micro-credentials, and recognition of professional practices, and the draft report will table this and provide feedback by the 30th of June 2025. Your voices matter, fellow colleagues, and your perspectives will help refine this important document. Once finalized, the report will be published as part of the knowledge product under South Africa's G20 presidency. We aim to use this with your inputs, which we appreciate, as a legacy of collaboration, shared vision, and our ongoing commitment to building inclusive and committed education systems across the globe. Let's welcome Ms. Kai to the podium to present to us the survey results. Her bio can be read in the program. Over to you, Madam. Thank you very much. May we give her a round of applause? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for that kind introduction. Good afternoon, colleagues. Through you, Program Director, please allow me to say all protocol observed. I have about 10 minutes to present to you the findings of this short study. My presentation is up there. I'm not seeing it there, so that's why I was looking around. Of the short study on the mutual recognition of qualifications and skills, insights from the G20 member states, as well as invited guests. Okay, so both why recognition matters has already been addressed in the purpose of this forum by Dr. Sishi, so I won't repeat this slide, but also Honorable Minister also said as well why this is important, so it underscored the why recognition matters. So I will just jump into the limitations of this study. and the presentation is giving some issues. Okay, it's coming up. All right, as mentioned, we only sent out the survey in April, and so what it means is that not all countries had the time to respond to the survey, and so that means that this presentation that I'm giving to you, there are 3 countries that are outstanding that are not featuring in that. As you've heard from Ms. Gasa, that we are going to go back and refine this presentation and this report so that we can then include all countries. So we still send out an invitation to those countries that haven't responded to please still do so that we can include them in this important analysis. Okay. So my presentation is not there, but I think what comes after that is we talked about in terms of the study limitations that this is a self-reported data. So we do want you to understand that there might be some biases, obviously, if it is self-reported data. Now, I don't know what else comes after that, but I'll just try and see in terms of what came out. Maybe can I give a few minutes to the team at the back for the presentation? Or I can get my phone, talk to it, if that's okay. Get the phone stressed. Oh no, back. Okay, thank you. All right, here we were just highlighting who the countries that responded to the survey, and we highlighted it in green just to see the spread. It's not on presentation mode. Just to see the spread of the survey respondents. All right. In terms of the responding institutions, national government constituted 70% of the respondents from the survey. 13% was qualifications agencies. About 12% was more qualifications agency with the national government with research organizations, or national governments with organized labor. And we had, of course, a response from the European Union as the international organization that features. Then in terms of systems, we asked the countries to tell us what are the systems. Do they have a system developed for recognition of domestically acquired qualifications? And we were not necessarily asking just for the NQF, but if in any formal system that countries had, and that was about 80% of respondents in total. Then we asked about recognition of foreign qualifications, and again, countries do have developed systems. We zoomed into the challenges with recognition of foreign qualifications. And not surprising, differences in education system was cited the most by countries, to be expected. Differences in our curriculum, that's also to be expected. What also came out, though, was the difficulty in verifying the authenticity of foreign qualifications. That also came out as well. We then asked countries to respond to the issue around who's responsible for quality assurance. And what came out from most of the countries was that this is more of a sectoral approach, that countries, it's not a responsibility of one entity or one organization, but it's a very much a systematic approach to quality assurance. We looked at quality assurance for online learning. As we know, with COVID, it pushed up the numbers for online learning, e-learning. And surprisingly, though, that only 34% cited different criteria or standards apply for quality assurance for online learning. We started to look into the question around recognition of formal, non-formal, and informal learning, sort of introducing the issue around micro-credentials. And only 7 countries said yes, both formal, non-formal, informal learning is part of their national system, whether it's an NQF or just a national system. We then looked at what are the challenges with micro-credentials, and top of that was lack of standardization or quality assurance, and coming second to that was determining the value of the micro-credential, and which is very important if we were to talk about the stackability of micro-credentials. So these are, as I've said earlier on, these are preliminary recommendations, and we will go back and relook once we have all the other countries submitted their reports, and we will go back to that. But I think what I just want to highlight for the purpose of this conversation is to enhance quality assurance mechanisms. I think if we are to talk about the fact that we are improving or increasing online learning, blended learning, we should then look at how do we quality assure for online learning. I don't think it should be as we've done it for face-to-face learning. The second thing that we had there is around micro-credentials, and again, when we talk about the challenge with quality assurance for micro-credentials and people not necessarily trusting micro-credentials, then we need to have conversations around those so that we can align and have our quality assurance measures so that people can trust our qualifications, whether we're talking qualifications, micro-credentials, and skills. We also talked about accelerating engagement with conventions and MRAs. Minister had a call here for doing that and asking G20 countries to do so. We do think that one of the things that came out, for example, with foreign qualifications, recognition of foreign qualifications, was the challenge of authentifying, if that's such a word, foreign qualifications and limited cooperation between countries. And that means we have to look into how do we cooperate better as countries. And lastly, I think I want to just talk about develop recognition pathways for displaced persons and refugees. My boss knows this is my pet project, that we shouldn't just talk about recognition, but what is, do these allow people for access? Can they get to employment? Can they get to furthering their studies once they have this recognition? Because we have an example with the UNESCO qualifications passport. And lastly, dialogue and knowledge sharing. And these platforms become very important for that. Just to say thank you very much to all who contributed to the survey. Thank you very much to contributed to the report. We will continue to come back to you as we refine the report for your inputs as well. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better with a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ms. Kai. This important study offers a timely snapshot of recognition of policies and practices in the G20 and participating countries. The well-placed analysis and summary provide a useful baseline to build on, including to inform future interventions and international collaboration. We are thrilled to see the emphasis on foundational principles like fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory practices, and references to knowledge partners, especially the UNESCO, for their recognition conventions. The report builds an understanding of implementation gaps and provides actionable recommendations which are welcome and needed. Given the interest of time, I am not going to provide an opportunity for comments and inputs. Comments will be given under the different topics of the different panel discussions we are going to have later. Please bear with me for that slight level of autocracy. Let me encourage, please, Ms. Harvey Sishotela, to please provide Ms. Kai with a token of appreciation. Harvey, are you here? As you walk over, Madam, I always protect fellow colleagues, but I think later we will need to explain why we didn't give our political principals gifts, but maybe we can handle that in-house later on. Do we have the gift ready right now, or shall we provide that later? Later, all right. Please may we give Ms. Kai a round of applause, and thank you very much for your presentation. We have thanked everybody, but there is something I would be remiss if I do not do. Hello, Africa, hello. Bible. Such a slow hello. Hello, Africa, hello. I'm referring to invited African countries. Hello, Africa, hello. All right. On your program, you will see that there is a session called Moderators Lounge. We have invited our moderators to this more informal discussion on three topics as outlined in the program. This session will set the scene for our discussion today. The three sessions will cover the following sub-themes: mutual recognition of qualification and skills, micro-credentials, international labor migration, skills and employability. I believe these are topics that have been covered by all the speakers that have spoken earlier on. But may I please welcome the following three moderators to the stage. And may I please apologize up front for my tough tongue if I don't spell your surnames correctly. I will do my level best. Dr. Bohin Shakrun, Director of Policies and Lifelong Systems Division, Education, UNESCO. It is good to see you again, sir. Welcome to the stage. Dr. James Kivi, Chief Executive Officer, Jet Education Services, South Africa. Mr. Albert William Okal, a Skills and Lifelong Learning Specialist, International Labor, ILO. We are all welcome, gentlemen. Excuse me for the mess that I left there, but please kindly be seated. Thank you very much. The three gentlemen on stage will moderate the panel discussion. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of South Africa for them making time to participate in our seminar. We thank you, and we know you are very busy, and it takes a lot of preparation and effort to lead the discussions today. We truly appreciate you. Colleagues, please forgive me, I'm not going to read their bios. You have them in their program, and you can go through that. In many ways, let me just explain very briefly what each gentleman is going to assist us with. Dr. Bohin Shakrun is going to, as UNESCO, lead the panel discussion on addressing current realities and challenges in the recognition of foreign qualifications. His expertise lies in driving global education and training agenda in the context of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. He spearheads UNESCO's Global Education Coalition, a critical initiative that mobilizes multi-stakeholder collaboration and has done extensive work in this area. Dr. James Kivi is well known both locally and internationally. Following 13 years at SAQA in research policy and international liaison capacities, he joined JET in 2014. as a chief executive. His specific areas of expertise include qualifications, the recognition of learning, digitalization, the professionalization and migration of teachers, and more recently, the application of large language models in education. It brings a strong international network and perspective that has translated into a wide range of published research. He will lead the panel in navigating the future, the promises of pitfalls in micro-credentials. And lastly, but definitely not least, I want to introduce Mr. Albert Okal, Skills and Lifelong Learning Specialist at the International Labour Organization, ILO. He is an experienced education and skills development expert with 20 years of professional experience in policy and program design. His area of work focus on skills development, labor migration, including forced displacement, employment and employability. He's worked in multi-country settings, promoting ILO approaches to various work streams on skills development and institutional strengthening. His experience in promoting social dialogue on skills development, and has successfully engaged social partners in policy and program development cycles. Gentlemen, once more, welcome. Dr. Chakron, let me please start with you, if I may. And I'll ask you with a question that the audience can also engage with at a later stage. I hope I'm not taking you off guard, but in the times that I've known you, I think you roll with the punches. How do you see the topic of the recognition of qualifications relevant to our discussions today? And maybe if I can add, what are the relationships to the other topics of micro-credentials and labor migrations and skills? What are the relationship to the other skills of two topics of micro-credentials and labor skills and skills mobilities? The gentlemen, if I may add, fellow colleagues, will engage in a discussion. Definitely no intervention from the chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Very good afternoon to you, to all colleagues today. All protocol preserves. I think we have had a quite important intervention already from the Minister, from the Honorable Minister of Northwest, and all the dignitaries who started the day today. Maybe a few points that I would like to start with in this discussion with my fellow moderators. When we listen to the ministers and when we listen to the discussion, there are high expectations related to qualification and the recognition of qualifications, and broadly this mechanism for recognizing skills and qualifications. High expectations about inclusion, about equity, about leaving no one behind, about placing qualification system within lifelong learning perspective, about human capital, and expectation regarding economic returns from engaging in qualification system reforms, development, and recognition of qualification, foreign qualification. So the expectations are high. And the question, of course, is vis-a-vis this expectation, what system exists today? How those systems are recognizing foreign qualifications, and what this requires in terms of international cooperation and dialogue. And the G20 platform is one excellent platform for the discussion. So in the session I will be moderating, we'll deep dive into what are the ecosystems that exist in different countries, what are the mechanisms that exist for recognition of foreign qualifications, what are the barriers and challenges, and what we can do together in international cooperation. One aspect of it is, of course, how we recognize qualifications in what I will call, and I will refer to that later on, a jungle of credentials, and how we can understand this jungle, how we can navigate, how we can be more transparent. And I think micro-credential can be a compass for that. And that's, I believe, what James will be talking about.
Thank you, Maureen, and thank you, DDG. I'd like to invite you to the best session that's coming after Maureen's session. We're going to focus on micro-credentials, and we have 4 panelists, one from the OECD, one from the Commonwealth of Learning, a colleague from Mauritius that is actually busy implementing a micro-credential system for the country, and then we also have a tech expert, a disruptor that works a lot internationally. To build on what Maureen said, Maureen and I worked together for many years, and Maureen, this jungle of credentials, we've got to sort it out one day. And so what we're going to be talking about a little bit in our session, what is the difference between a qualification and a credential? We talk very easily about micro-credentials, but it's quite interesting to hear that the topic internationally is not micro-qualifications, but micro-credentials. So the panel is going to spend a little bit of time unpacking the concept of credentials so that we can try and understand what is different about what we're talking about today. Linked to the topic in our panel, we will talk about things like data privacy. Technology enables us to have the conversations today, but there are also issues around data privacy, particularly in G20 countries across the world. We're going to touch a little bit on generative AI and ethics around AI, and how AI can help us to do the things that Maureen and I have spoken about, and Albert has spoken about for many years. Now, as I hand over to Albert, an application of the work that we're talking about today is definitely around labor migration. You know, skills and the recognition of skills and qualifications are very important for people when they move between countries. So Albert is going to tell us a little bit more about that. So Albert, over to you.
Okay, it's right. Okay, thank you so much, James and Berhen. So my session will focus on international labor migration. The very reason why we are even talking about internationalizing education and standards and qualification is because people are constantly moving. And in the area where we live in, there is a lot of people who are moving for work. I think labor migration takes the lion's share of all migrations in the world. And so countries are struggling on how can they match that migration with the labor market needs in their countries. But also people are asking, how can we make migration more beneficial so that sending countries do not find themselves in a situation where they experience what is called, you know, a brain drain. And skills development is a tool that can be used to even the playing field. And therefore, our session, we will focus, first of all, we'll take you through the latest trends in terms of labor migration, particularly in countries that are mostly representative also of G20. We will also look at the tools, most of which will be presented by Chakrun and James, the cooperation tools that member states can use to facilitate skills-based labor migration. And we'll also look at existing global frameworks, focusing here in the region. As you know, Africa now is really gearing for more labor migration because of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. But also we look at these policy frameworks globally as well. We have in my panel a representative from the Employers International Organization, which will give us a perspective of the employers and how they fit into this labor migration and skills partnership component. So be tuned. Today after lunch, we will all meet together and we'll share our experience and also expect to see you and so that you can contribute to that particular session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can swiftly move to the next session if you allow us, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues, and especially setting the scene for the rest of the discussions we're going to be having. Earlier on, we're certainly looking forward to robust and engaging discussions for our 3 sessions. May we please give them another round of applause. If I may I please ask Dr. Chakrun if you can please stay behind on the stage. I know that Dr. Kivi and Dr. Ogiel are going to come back later, and then we are looking forward to your sessions later in the day. Colleagues, that concludes session 2. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Gifts, colleagues, I believe are going to be ready later. I will hold you to account for that. We have to go for lunch. All right. All right. No, thank you very much. I think I was starving you. Apologies for that. Ms. Trudy, one of our content team members, may you come over here, Ms. Trudy van Wyk, and help me announce where lunch might be? Do you know? I think you will probably all know Trudy.
Colleagues, thank you. Luckily, I'm tall enough that I can talk from the floor. Lunch will be served right outside this venue. You will see it's a finger lunch in the foyer. Please visit the virtual exhibition as well as the video on the total G20 educational working group that is in the foyer. And please, we are quite pressed for time, and I would ask, it's now 2:45. Can we come back here try to make it at 2:30 so that we can continue with the 3 panel discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Bon appetit.
Jela sakai fata hore, junguma lete ile pe boira, junguma danye na chene kano, junguma donte donto kano, jela junguma hare na chene kano, junguma mote ibele torsi, jela saka jungu koinde jungu makoi nyinde sugula. beri kusungukina Junguma faye ide mafainde Sorokina kusungukina Junguma faye ide gabore Yala ngaita na pone wallahi junguni chini diga hungo Yala ja video tarene hanki de lalo diye savanga Yala ja video tarene alahara bari judiye ga Yala kaidi ya dia goka Junguma kol kani tende chire Anyai bode ya gadore Anyai chedi ya gadore Anyai mine de ya gadore Yale ibone
Şamanina aldı şey Terenine var yarvan Şamanina aldı şey Terenine var yarvan Seni uyuyan Kararhan erde elmeden زعلماني اتصل فودتي ويوكين دوني دول انا مطب سلك ما توزر كس
أكسغب يا ترى ترجع أكسغس شمانين ألدشة تردنا ورجع الروان شمانين ألدشة تردنا ورجع الروان
kana paga palato ama pengira ni kana paga yatimema ama pengira ni kana paga palato ama pengira son 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 son
Qhubeke. Ngiyise phansi. Dlala music wakho. Time ayiteng ka mo right ne. So ka mo le oh yeah, ka mo le hona le the same thing on the screen. O sharp. Okay.
oyela marala do de fe sabe jogu mambe wula jankono ofena na maraba mukela nyawo nyama jombeni de nyeba waiti nyala nyawo nyama ambe na maraba dianye monka mundi ofo dianye monka mundi dianye mana wara nyadoma moekela jonde de
I'll request that we close the door so that it allows us to start. The ushers, please assist us to alert the colleagues still enjoying lunch that we are due to start now. Just close the door and we'll hand the meeting back to the program directors. Please. Thank you. The program directors, if you are ready, please take over and let's move on with the program.
Colleagues, can we please start the session? I hope you enjoyed lunch. I think it was quite a good spread of nice food that we had, and I hope that you enjoyed it. We are going to start the program. Again, I want to apologize for running extremely late. We are going to start the program now, and we are going to conduct the 3 panel discussions of 3/4 of an hour each. So we encourage you to please get your questions ready. What we are going to do is we are going to encourage G20 countries and our invited countries to please participate and also respond in the panel sessions. In the beginning, we asked them to sit in front, but things didn't happen as we planned. So please, we are going to do the 3 sessions now, 3/4 of an hour each. I'm going to invite the chairperson, Ms. Nolwazi Gaza, to take us through the next session. Ms. Gaza?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back. It seems like the room is still a little bit empty. May I request that our ushers try and ensure, please, that everyone that is still outside comes in. I'm tempted to begin with the session in the interest of time, but our ushers at the back, please, may we ensure that people come back in so that we have the fullness of the engagements that we want. If we could just take a minute or so. At some point I was walking around with a glass and a spoon so that I could be audible enough to ensure that colleagues come back in. May I request our ushers to ensure that people come back in to the meeting? Yes, perhaps the music will entertain them to come back in. Ushers, please make sure at the back that you collect people in. All right, I think we're almost past a minute now. Colleagues, I hope that you enjoyed lunch. And thank you very much once more to all G20 member states, invited countries from all over the world for joining us on this very important G20 seminar focusing on mutual recognition of qualifications. I believe we ended on a very high note when I had asked Dr. Chakrun to please stay behind. May I please welcome you back on the stage, sir, and thank you once more. This next panel discussion, if colleagues can please look at the program. It's a session 3 panel discussion that looks at addressing current realities and challenges in the recognition of foreign qualifications. The presentation will be made by Dr. Chakrun, who I introduced earlier on. The panelists will be Mr. Fidelis Chilo, Director Technical Services from the Zambian Qualifications Authority. The next will be Dr. Mohammed Zafir bin Mustafa, Senior Director, Policy and Expertise Development from the Malaysian Qualifications Authority, and our own Ms. Nadia Starr, Chief Executive Officer, South African Qualifications Authority. May I please invite you, colleagues, to come to the stage. All right. Let me just briefly outline how this is going to go. Dr. Chakrun is going to call on his panelists and introduce them. Well, apologies, I've done that. He will moderate the discussion. Once more, I want to thank Dr. Chakrun. And as happened earlier on, what we are going to do is that as a chair, I am not going to interfere very much with this session. It is fairly straightforward. We have about an hour for this session, this panel discussion that is very, very critical for this meeting today. And let me hand over to the panel so that we manage our time to the best of our ability. Thank you very much, panel. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Chair, and colleagues. I will be making a very short presentation as an introduction to the session, and then we'll ask the colleagues in the panel to reflect on the national perspective and the direction that they are taking in their own countries. So very briefly, I think it's very important to set the discussion that we are having today in a broader context of transitions. Some of them are related to economic aspects, aspects related to technology, the green transition, demographic transition, and societal challenges. And all this is, of course, shaping the way we look at economies, we look at the labor market, we look at skills and qualifications in a changing world and in a fast-changing world. And I think the minister earlier referred to the timeliness of a response that we should have. And when we look at the global trends on qualification system, and this is from our global inventory that we conduct together with the CEDEFOP and European Training Foundation, we do see that countries are reforming their qualification system. Half of them have already an operational national qualification frameworks. Some are advancing in the implementations. Others are rather in design phase or thinking about how to develop more integrated lifelong learning qualification framework. And we see that the objectives and the expectation vis-à-vis those national qualifications framework are quite substantial and sometimes ambitious about lifelong learning, about matching the demand for skills, about recognition of prior learning, and other aspects, including the recognition of qualification and foreign qualifications. So in a way, when we look at the global trend, we see these directions of more attention to how to recognize skills and qualifications within a lifelong learning perspective, within a perspective of mobility of labor and mobility of researchers and students. And when we look at what we are trying to do at the global level, we see that, and the minister referred, and thanks to the minister for requesting and asking G20 countries and guest countries to ratify the global and the regional conventions, we see that there is a trend toward more ratification of the global convention. By now we have 38 countries that adhere to the principles of fair, transparent, inclusive recognition of qualifications. When we take all the countries that have ratified the global or the regional convention or both, we have around 100 countries that in a way accept the basic principles of inclusive, fair and transparent recognition of qualifications, recognizing learning in different settings, recognizing people who are displaced, including refugees, qualifications, recognizing partial qualifications. So we have, I would say, a movement that is very important, that can be a driver for better recognition of qualification and support for mobility of workers, of researchers, of students. And I think the slogan that the G20 presidency, South African, has put in terms of solidarity and cooperation. And in a way, all this is about the learners, is about individuals. And when we look at the data from the global inventory and the survey that we have done, there is a lot of attention to how to reach end users with different tools, like repository of qualifications framework, websites, publications and guides and resources that are put at disposal of the end users and the learner in particular. So that attention to the learner, to the individual, is critical in our thinking, so that we are not thinking only about systems and architecture and tools, but also are thinking about individuals. But the problem is that, and I'm sure that my colleague James and in his session will come back to that, the problem is that we are in this credential jungle where we have I would say, proliferation of type of tools, from learners' records, to badges, to skills passport, micro-credentials we'll be discussing, and qualifications. And the question is how individuals can navigate this complicated landscape. How we ensure that these credentials, the learning happening anywhere, anytime, is recognized and valued within the countries, but across the countries. And in a way, I would like to refer to at least two major trends that I think are important. We have an acceleration of digital transformation, and technology is supporting this rapid growth of online learning, of different learning credentials and different settings that are supportive for better recognition of skills and qualifications. But we also see a growing fraud of what we call qualification mills and diploma mills. So we have this tension of how we will trust those qualifications and skills and credentials that are required. We also see the potential of technology to support learning pathways and individualized learning pathways. But the downside is, of course, the digital divide is the fragmentation and how individuals can navigate such landscape. And I think this is something that we would like to discuss as well. Now, in our panel, we would like to address 3 key questions, and I hope we'll be able to manage the time. First, we would like to hear from the honorable members of this panel about what is happening at the national level. What are the directions that are taking regarding the ecosystem of recognition of skills and qualification. Then we will deep dive on what is being done to recognize foreign qualifications. And foreign qualification doesn't mean foreigners' qualification. Foreign qualification can be also national citizens who acquired qualifications abroad. And then we are on a G20 platform, is how we can collaborate together, how we can advance this agenda in collective and in solidarity, to use the term that is suggested by the presidency. So let me start with my panelists, and I would like to start with you, Nadia. What is happening in South Africa in terms of qualification system development? What are the major reforms that have been undertaken, maybe the most important reform that have been undertaken recently, please?
I figured it out, technology. Thank you very much, Maureen, and good afternoon, everybody. Certainly from the South African perspective, we have a well-established national qualifications framework that turns 30 years old this year, just on the heels of our democracy, and an NQF that was established as a transformative instrument, an instrument that allows for inclusive and equitable education for everybody, which of course is trying to reform our dark history. But in terms of what we do broadly around mobility of education and qualifications, this morning our Honourable Minister spoke about our commitment to collaboration and international cooperation, and as South Africa, we have ratified both the Global Convention quite recently and the Addis Convention for the African continent a few years back. And at this broad level, our commitment as a country, again, in terms of what was said this morning, is about equitable and fair recognition of qualifications and skills to allow for mobility. At the next level, of course, we have regional and national frameworks, and these regional and national frameworks for us allow us a space and a language with which to engage other country systems. So, if countries with NQFs are able to converse more easily with other country systems that have structures like an NQF, it allows a lingua franca that traverses language, cultures, and education systems themselves. And of course, at the next level, in terms of mobility of skills, we actively, as South Africa, engage in bilaterals, and these at a country level, signed by the minister, engaging country to country. Recently, of course, we've been reviewing our NQF, and we hope that the reviews of our NQF will further advance the mobility, recognition, and transferability of skills and qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you very much. I think this reference to different levels, the national qualification framework, the regional, but also the bilateral dimension is very important. And thanks to South Africa for ratifying the Global Convention and obviously the Regional Convention, the Addis Convention. Selfie, if we can move to your country and your case, can you tell us a bit more what is happening in Zambia in terms of the qualification system reforms, and eventually how you place that within this, I would say, regional and international ground, please?
Thank you so much. As Zambia, we are also managing an integrated national qualification framework, which cuts across schooling all the way to the highest, which is mirrored also on the SADC qualifications framework, 10-level qualification framework. In terms of what is currently happening, we are actually reviewing our qualification framework to respond to the new developments, particularly to address the need now, the global need for recognition of the micro-credentials. So we are working around the issues to do with policy development around micro-credentials. We have also currently repealed and replaced the legislation that actually put in place the Zambian qualification framework. That was Act number 13 of 2011. It was reviewed and replaced last year by Act number 8 of 2024. In that act, we have also made it a little mandatory now for every Zambian that needs to enroll in any school or college to verify their qualifications, including employers. Before you employ anyone, that must be done. On the basis of verifying qualifications that are coming from external, in that space, as you may know, Zambia is a host to about 93,000 refugees and people of concern. In that regard, we have worked hand in hand with UNESCO to implement what is called the UNESCO passport for recognition of refugees' qualifications in a situation where this particular person of concern does not have any documentation, but we use a methodology that must substantiate that this person indeed, before they ran away from the country of origin, they had attained certain competencies or acquired a particular qualification. In that regard, we are attempting to create room for them to gain the wings that they may have lost, to fly again into education space or the field of work. In that regard, that is what we are doing as a country.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Zambia also for taking a pilot country in implementing the UNESCO qualification passport. I think the work we have done together is very important for other countries as well. Mohammed, we have heard from Nadia and Selfie about their reform, the engagement with the SADC regional qualifications framework, the engagement with the global conventions and other instruments that have been developed. What is the case in Malaysia? What are the major reforms that you are taking in this context?
Thank you very much, and I take the opportunity to thank you for letting me to be part of this important event. For Malaysia, we have introduced the Malaysian qualification framework since 2007. That means for 2 years, reaching to 20 years. We have a very specific 9 objectives given on the MQF. But if I can summarize, the subtext is basically 1, harmonized standard for instilling trust, because I think that is the most important. Having NQF without quality assurance is considered to be nothing. You need to have NQF underpinned by quality assurance. And a very strong sentiment on lifelong learning, because it's unlocked many part of used to be things have not been explored for lifelong learning, especially on the informal and informal, and also on the unpacking and repackaging of education. And later on, I think the most important part is about recognition, looking into similarities and harmonization, but also recognizing parity of esteem, because every qualification has its own purpose. So as for MQF, we only cover the post-secondary education up to the doctorate level. We are covering 3 sectors, academic, TVET, and the latter part that we recognize is basically the informal and non-formal that we address using the mechanism of APEL. At the international level, we have completed several bilateral benchmarking with several countries. We have completed our alignment with the ASEAN Qualification Reference Framework in 2019. And the latest update, if I may share, is basically we have already updated last year our MQF, of which we try to capture the latest sentiment of international level. We want to have a better addressing the value-based education. We want to address better addressing in global sustainability agenda, whether it's called SDG or ESG and whatsoever. We are also capturing a very strong advocation from the UNESCO on flexible listening pathway at the FLP, and also we think domestically we need to venture into more the uncharted collaboration with entity with learning and learners, but not yet being covered under current operation or implementation. I think that's all that I can share now.
Thank you, Mohamed. And I think what we are hearing from the three is this dynamic approach toward national qualifications framework. You referred, Nadia, to the revision. Also, Selfie, you referred to the new act that you have taken. Also, in Malaysia, the new direction that you are taking. I think that dynamic and capacity to adapt is a very important aspect. Maybe, Nadia, if we can deep dive further on the recognition of foreign qualification, can you tell us a bit how this works in the context of South Africa? Maybe what are the challenges also that you face in recognizing foreign qualifications, please?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shakroon. To use your words, it is indeed a credential jungle out there. And of course, our recognition is one that needs, as a regulatory authority, is one that needs to ensure the integrity of the system as much as it is to advance mobility of skills. So, you know, when we recognize, we really have to be sure that it is in fact authentic, etc. So even with the conventions, the South African alignment to the SADC qualifications framework and our current work aligning to the African continental qualifications framework and all the bilaterals, we still have to undergo national processes of recognition, and we implement policies that align to global best practice. We essentially look at three areas. The first is that the qualification itself is registered on an NQF or recognized in the system that it comes from. And that recognition, of course, we defer to the local authorities and the systems that they have. The second leg is that the institution that is delivering this qualification is in fact accredited to do so. And we found significant increases in bogus institutions delivering authentic qualifications and, you know, people assuming that their qualifications are authentic, where in fact the institution itself is not quality assured and allowed to deliver. And then of course the third leg is that the qualification itself has been authentically achieved by the individual. Those three sort of legs really allow us to recognize and compare to our country's system. And so we've gone through, over the last 10 years, we've evaluated approximately 180,000 qualifications. And in fact, about 60% of those come from the African continent because, of course, the mobility of Africans is largely interregional. And so also looking at refugee qualifications in the same way in terms of our obligations in relation to the conventions and starting really to find challenges in undocumented qualifications, people coming in from systems that look very different from ours, language and cultural barriers, and of course with the refugee cohort, active struggle and conflict zones where we're not even able to engage with the local authorities or those authorities have changed. And so there are a number of challenges that we deal with in this space, and really our work in engaging and recognizing, a lot of it is to do with collaboration, solidarity, and making sure that international cooperation is working well.
Thank you, Nadia. This is very clear, and I think those points on the qualification recognition, the institution, but also trusting that this was achieved by the person. It's about building trust, and Selfie, earlier you spoke about this verification act that you have put in place. Maybe you can tell us a bit more, and also you spoke about the UNESCO qualification passport. Maybe you can tell us a bit more how that works in the context of Zambia, maybe also the challenge that you see on both fronts, on the verification, but also on implementing a tool that is very important like the UNESCO qualification passport, please.
Thank you so much. Zambia also has ratified the Addis Convention, that was 2021, and is currently working on ratifying the Global Convention, and at the same time domesticating once we ratify. Now, in terms of the UNESCO qualification passport that we started implementing in 2019 as the first in Africa, and now setting pace for other countries within Africa, this has been a tool that dwells on mostly substantiating effectively the competences of this particular individual who comes forward. There is a special assessment questionnaire that we have to use, and then go deeper into understanding the education system of the country. Mostly Zambia is hosting refugees that are coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo and also the Great Lakes region. You may realize that education system is slightly different from the Zambian system. We are on the Anglophone side, they are from the Francophone side of education systems. So really, you really need to pay attention in going through. The challenges that it presents at times is that because of the nature that they have come as refugees, you may not have to contact back the purported awarding institution that they came from for purposes of their safety and security. It is normally not encouraged that you may begin to review where they are at that particular moment. So those are some of the challenges. When it comes to the normal other qualifications from the other people, verification becomes a little challenging when you have non-responsive awarding institutions or competent authorities in the country of origin, particularly those foreign qualifications that we receive time and again. Also, another issue is where education systems seem not to be well understood and difficult for you to relate well because they don't have an existing qualification framework. Where there is a qualification framework, it is easy to make an evaluation because you will look at the level at which that qualification has been placed and compare the level descriptors against your local level descriptors and be able to make the final determination of where or which level you can recognize that particular qualification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mohammed, it's the same question, but maybe Malaysia is placed within this ecosystem of ASEAN, but also broadly the Asia-Pacific, which is a very dynamic continent as well in terms of economic growth, technological development. What are the challenges that you face in recognizing foreign qualifications, and how you are acting in bilaterally, but also maybe multilaterally in this context?
Okay, I think I need to explain a bit on how we work. I mean, in terms of helping in terms of verification of foreign qualification. First is basically two parts. First, in terms of policy, I think you can find it in the MQA website saying that whatever qualification has been accredited and recognized by its country of origin will be recognized by us. So I think that's the first principle. So I never find any kind of statement from other countries saying that this qualification, even though it's being accredited, is not recognized. So no, I think we have a similar position. Whenever it is recognized by a country of origin, it's going to be recognized by us and other countries. The other thing is basically for MQA, we look into to recognize a qualification, unique qualification referencing system, whereby for MQA itself, we have this Malaysian Qualification Register, whereby it can be accessed all over the world. If we imagine that I'm from other country looking to Malaysia, I will look into that register. So that means I don't have to do any real contact just to refer to that resource. So yearly, annually, it's being referred almost more or less 1 million access substantially from abroad. And we also look into how many requests that you can click into a button and get a PDF kind of information that you can use. It reached to 20,000 something per yearly for last year. So that is also similar things that we hope that other countries will have. And then that is basically the basis of many many operation of qualification referencing that can be used by the public. And that is basically what I want to go to the next point is basically, whenever that you have trust on universities or qualification which are widely well known, we hope that the general public can settle itself. For our service of equivalency and verification of qualification, we only focusing on the things that the community in Malaysia are not familiar with. So, for instance, there's one request. It's a diploma in training in piano in one country in Europe. The person entered into the training since 9 years old and graduated into something. It's conservatoire kind of training. Malaysia is not familiar with that. So the employer come to us, we just refer to the information available in that country and resolve the information or the issue on the employer. The challenges, I think, in terms of operation, sometimes for us is we find that accreditation have validity and lapse. Other than that is basically, I think, addressing legacy system. Sometimes information about accreditation is later, and the qualification is not part of the new system. The things that normally we will resolve it through communication with the right entity from that country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. And in a way, also, colleagues, as you know, for the global and regional convention, the network of information centers are critical regarding the communication, the verification, and the collaboration. And we have that in Europe through the ENIC-NARIC network. We have that in Asia-Pacific through the APNIC network. We have that in Latin America and the Caribbean through the CINALC network. In Africa, we are setting up, in support of Addis Convention, the network of information structure. So those networks are critical for information exchange, for verification, and for collaboration as well as we see them. I'm conscious about the time because I would like also to take time for questions and from the floor here, but also online. But I would like to still ask you, but if you can be very brief, what should we do to advance this agenda internationally? We are in the G20. What proposal you can make to advance this agenda on together?
Thank you. Look, our Honourable Minister this morning confirmed that we're here to share and learn, and that we remain committed to collaboration. Really, that for me is our primary recommendation, that we continue to share learning, that we have, even the survey recommendation said dialogue and knowledge sharing. Was a significant recommendation. For us to enable trust, in particular, we need to be familiar with and understand systems. And so it is important that we advance these systems of international cooperation, and it's through partnership and as I say, mutual understanding that we can build trust towards recognition.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you. I think trust building is critical here, and the collaboration is important, and that's what the South African presidency is offering us. Selfie, please.
Thank you. I would as well propose that on continental level, if we could actualize the aspirations of the African Continental Qualification Framework, where we develop a database of all qualifications, that would make it much easier for member states to verify each other's qualifications. And on country to country, also promoting mutual agreements. Already Zambia has been working on what we are calling a memorandum of agreement with SAQA, And we are hoping that soon we will finalize that so that we have a seamless kind of verification either way and so on. So those would be actually effective mechanisms that can assist in the verification of qualifications.
Thank you, Selvi, for referring also to the African qualification framework. I think that's a very important tool for the continent to advance the recognition of qualification. Mohammed, please.
I think my suggestion is more tactical operation. We found out that beyond a program or a qualification is already accredited, I think the challenge is basically to resolve on every recognition must have purpose, whether you want to get employment, whether you further study and whatsoever. And sometimes the problem based on not a matching of preference and priority of the employee, of the applicant, and also the receiving end. It seems unrecognition, but sometimes it's about preference and priority. And whenever that you have a better tactical communication on what is the real problem, I think you have a better way of resolving that recognition problem.
And technology can help on that, hopefully. Colleagues, let me stand up, Chair, if you allow me. Let me take a first question from the floor. I hope we can get also from online. I know that we agreed on some logistics around that, but let me see if there are questions to the panel or some reflection from the participants from the G20 countries, also the guest countries, if they want to share perspective or ask question. Who wants to start? Let's start with you and then I come to you, please. I think there is a mic that is coming. He's coming there. If you can introduce yourself as well, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josie Singram. I represent Local Government Sector Training Education Authority. In our CETA system in South Africa, we are dealing with demand and supply relating to skills and qualification. And I think what I've heard today is around the complexity of the system. And as leaders here today, we have a role and responsibility to unpack that complexity. And I think one of the critical things of interest is around learning pathways and how do we go about that? Because at the end of the day, it's about the learner. And I think that that plays a critical role. So I'd like to know from the panel around how we unpack that complexity of learning and learning pathways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take the question here as well, and then we'll get to the panel.
Thank you very much. I'm Petue Matutu, the Chief Executive Officer for Universities South Africa, which is a representative body of all the public universities in South Africa. I think the whole process of mutual recognition of qualifications is complex enough, but looking at the collaborations which universities have an interest in, you will find out that in most instances, the interest is in sending students to other universities within the continent or outside and getting those students to complete qualifications within the home institutions. And it becomes evident that each university wants to have some kind of credit for that. So joint qualifications become quite a crucial component of those collaborations. So collaborations from a university to university kind of system become critical. So enabling those by countries is important, and largely through the kind of incentives which are provided. So those are other elements that governments have to take into account. So if a university is provided incentives, provided it offers a qualification by itself, it's going to be discouraged from collaborating in such a way that there's movement of students back and forth and there are joint qualifications involved. Thanks.
Thank you. And it's about joint degree as well. Please, madam, and then I come to the panel here.
Thank you very much. My name is Kasturi Bihari Leek, and I'm the Dean of the Center for Higher Education at the University of Cape Town. Thank you very much for the input. I want to raise a slightly, well, I think an important point, might not be directly related to the topic at hand now, but I want to raise some awareness around recognition as a discourse and mutual. And I would assert there has been historically a lot of misrecognition of the knowledges and the quality frameworks in the global South and Africa. I wonder if the quality frameworks and assessors will take into account that while we are very interested in economic development and skills mobility, we are also involved in knowledge generation. We are in a knowledge economy, but I think we are creating knowledge societies through inclusion, belonging, etc. So I wonder to what capacity UNESCO or this forum has for extending the debate into what it means for indigenous knowledge to be recognized in qualifications and curricula, etc. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's very close to our heart, as you know, at UNESCO. Let me ask the panelists. Let me start with you, Mohamed. If you can, there was a question regarding the learning pathways and how we can recognize and valorize those learning pathways. What is happening? How do you see, does the national qualification framework as it is today enabling that, or are there other tools or resources or initiatives that you think should be in place or you're considering to put in place to facilitate that learning pathways?
The way that we try to venture is basically, we think we have a quite a good form of address in terms of addressing the formal qualification. We also need to recognize that learning can also happen in informal and informal, and then that achievement is comparable and can be benchmarked with the formal. Only that we think that from our perspective, awarding power need to be secured to certain entity. That means for bachelor, for master, you need to have a proper entity to confer. So as much as university will be doing the formal qualification, formal learning leading to formal qualification as normal under QF. We are also through appel, through micro-credential, that's stacking it. The learning can have, based on the learner itself, want to venture. You don't have the intention to work, to learn, but in working you need to learn to be able to work. And that learning is also can be recognized. So there should be a shift of mechanism whereby you are not controlling the learning in terms of proper kind of framework, curriculum. Let the students or the learner learn it based on their own pace, time, and necessity. But benchmark their achievement to the one that you have, and later on can lead to conferment of qualification. I think that's the way that we look into it, in terms of you can stack it, you can convert it, and you can recognize the learning in whatever the situation the learner acquired that knowledge and competencies. I think that's the way that we look into it.
Thank you. And in a way, I think with the James Kivi session, we'll come back to that regarding learning pathways and how micro-credential. There is a lot of hope, but maybe we need also to look at that in a reflective manner. But I'm sure that James and colleagues will take that. Can I take, Sylvie, the question on the indigenous knowledge? Is that something that the Zambian National Qualification Framework has integrated? In which manner is it in terms of descriptor, in terms of recognizing different form of learning and knowledge? What is happening?
Yes, the Zambian qualification framework has policies on the recognition of prior learning, and recognition of prior learning can come in three forms: formally, informally, and non-formally. Now, the catch situation there is that a person who presents himself having undergone learning or acquiring competencies through a non-formal and informal system, they will have to present themselves before an assessment center, and an appropriate assessment will be done on the competences that they possess. And if the assessors are satisfied that this person has competences to that level, then a formal certification will be done on that. But of course, it is still at very low level kind of qualifications. It hasn't been applied when you are talking of maybe from diploma to degrees, but in certificate levels, that can be done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Selfie. Nadia, the question on the joint degree is very important. It speaks about the joint degrees. It speaks about also what we call, when we are discussing the global convention, and we have Joan here with us, who has been chairing the open-ended working group for the guidelines for the implementation, is about transnational education and how South Africa is dealing with that. What are the challenges you see as well?
Yeah, thank you. I was hoping this question wouldn't come to me. So Dr. Matutu is right. This is a very complex issue, and it's one that we are working steadily to advance. Our department, a couple of years ago already, published a policy on internationalization. And so we do have an enabling policy. What we're currently working on are the mechanisms to implement that policy. And one of those mechanisms right now is the review of our NQF, but also the review of the legislation that gives, of course, that establishes the NQF and its mechanisms. And so for now, it's of course something that we are wanting to support and advance, but we do so within the national frameworks and within the national legislation, which unfortunately take a little bit longer to catch up sometimes than the education system.
Thank you very much. And as I mentioned, and Joan can, of course, speak about that, we'll be discussing in end of June at the conference of the state parties of the Global Convention about the transnational higher education, of course, in this case, and see how we can advance this together. I think it's a phenomenon that is only growing. We see that in offshoring campus, we see that in joint degrees, but we see that online as well, and it gets attention to how we recognize those qualifications that are required. I'm conscious of the time. Trudy, do we have questions from the online? Is there questions that you would like to ask, please? Oh, she's getting back. Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the one question is, what ranking system is used to determine the quality of qualifications issued by universities?
Can you repeat the question, because I didn't get it? Can you?
What ranking system is used to determine the quality of qualifications issued by universities?
Thank you. Is there another question that you have from the floor, from the online as well? I would like to pick up two questions, then give the floor to the panelists, please.
The second question is, should there be different models for the recognition of academic knowledge versus skills versus competencies?
Thank you. Mohamed, I will leave that question on how to recognize qualification, but also skills, competencies. You mentioned that earlier, but maybe you can elaborate how you are dealing with that. And maybe Nadia, if you can tell us a bit about, of course, the discussion on the ranking is full of a lot of debates about the importance of the ranking, but how you deal with that in the context of South Africa, take into account the accreditation of universities, but also ranking. Is that something that you would like to consider, or you are considering? And Selfie, if we can take also, you spoke earlier about the recognition of prior learning, the indigenous knowledge. Is there a way defining these different concepts in a manner that we are able to recognize not only qualification, but also skills and competencies. I will come back to that. Mohammed, first with you.
Okay, that's quite a hard question. I think in the perspective of maybe Nadia and also Fedis can also confirm what we understand from the every NQF. Competencies must, in terms of, is an embodiment of knowledge, skills, and also might be your attitude. So the most important is basically the complexity where the level should be given. You might be very skillful at the master level, but at the master level, whenever you are at the forefront of knowledge, when the skill must come with knowledge. So I think first NQF will address what level of competency, because based on that competence level of competency, then come the accountability that the employer can put on you, or the kind of level of study that you can pursue later on. And I think in the way that we address it in terms of accreditation of prior learning, is basically we look into competency knowledge as a package. You might come from prior learning, having a experience, working experience, but we know that not only the skills that matters, but the knowledge that you have, tacit knowledge in the employment that gives you that expertise, and then we can assess through the recognition of prior knowledge, and later on give you recognition whether you can be given a qualification, whether we can give you access to further learning.
Thank you. Selfie, what is the situation in Zambia?
Currently, we only have one mechanism, which is the recognition of prior learning and the principles around which for us to use on any knowledge-based kind of self-directed learning, which can be used to account for someone's competences. Maybe going forward, that's why we are looking at the formalized one, which is through the micro-credentials, the stackability of the micro-credentials.
Thank you. Nadia, I know that the system in South Africa is quite sophisticated, if I can use the term, with the institution, but what is the link between ranking and the accreditation and recognition of qualifications?
Thank you. Since we're out of time, let me say this: there is no link. But to qualify that, qualifications are, or the qualifications framework is supposed to make all qualifications that are valid, transparent, and accessible. And so we very much stay away from a ranking system. It's either authentic and legitimate, or it's not. And you know, we can talk for days about the ranking system, and I think my UCT colleague will say, you know, these are notions that have come to us, and perhaps from our own context, it's not necessarily systems that we want to employ in all these mechanisms.
Thank you. And we published the publication on quality of higher education, and the ranking, you may want to look at it. It's a few years ago, but I think it remains valid as a debate about the link between ranking and quality of higher education. Colleagues, please join me to thank our panelists today, Mohammed, Selfie, and Nadia, for their intervention. Also for the colleagues who joined us online, and to Harda also for facilitating the question online. Thank you very much, and I think I have to pass the floor to to the chair.
Thank you very much to the panel. No, I'm sorry to be autocratic. You can't leave the stage yet. I'm so sorry for that. Please don't leave the stage. Dr. Shakrun, especially you, please don't leave the stage yet. And thank you very much to the panelists and the participants for a very robust and progressive discussion. I think I speak for all of us that the current realities and challenges in the recognition of foreign qualifications have been really covered across the spectrum, and different continents, if I may say so, and the sharing of case studies and opportunities for partnerships. This is a topic amongst others that we could discuss for the whole day, if not for longer. There are certain issues that we could discuss further, and I want to specifically thank Dr. Shakran for moderating in this way, and really thank the panelists for a job very well done. May we please give them a round of applause. May I call Miss Emily Ledwaba? It's yourself, madam, right? All right. She will please give our little tokens of appreciation. May we play the music in the meantime? Thank you. Thank you so much for this very productive discussion. It's very much appreciated. I'm not sure why the music has stopped. Thank you very much. This is very much appreciated. Thank you. I wanted to just make one point. The moderators that are at the back will summarize the sessions at the end of the day, and as much as possible, we will make sure that the presentations that have been made today are made available to all of us. I just thought, so that we don't fall into a slump of having had dinner. I know that other colleagues in the room are talking to each other, but I just wanted to just double make sure. Have you spoken to your neighbor and just introduce yourself to say who you are? Can we just do that for just one moment? I know there's a language barrier, but can we just do that just for one moment? Do you know who your neighbor is? Mina, let me introduce myself to the one who's standing next to me. I know she can't look at me, of course. I'm Nolwazi Gasa. Nadia, I don't see you, my CEO, introducing yourself to your neighbor. Just say who you are, where you're from. I don't know. I don't want us to say what's your ID number. So you mean you haven't introduced yourself to your neighbors since we got here? All right. Thank you so much for entertaining that. Did you notice that the interpreter wouldn't look at me? She's most disciplined. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. I think some introductions are taking long. I see some people taking selfies. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to our seminar on mutual recognition of qualifications in a global context. We will commence with session 4, the panel discussion on navigating the future, the promises and pitfalls of micro-credentials. All the speakers before, especially our minister, I know Dr. James Kivi, and our panel also did refer to this. May I please call Dr. James Kivi to the stage, who's going to moderate the session. This program, thanks DJ, but just a moment, just before you tempt us to dance. So this panel discussion will focus on the following: navigating the future, the promises and pitfalls of micro-credentials, and it will be handled by our own Dr. James Kivi. The panelists will be Dr. Nomshi Bagwan, AG Head, Regulatory Affairs and Accreditation Division, Higher Education Commission, Mauritius. Mr. Simon Ravioli, Director of Global Education Ecosystems and Innovation Infrastructure, Italy. Apologies, please don't penalize me. I think I got the surname wrong there a little bit. And then online panelists will be Ms. Shizuka Katu, and Skills and Lifelong Learning, Policy Specialist, Directorate for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, our knowledge partner, Dr. Jacques Olivier, Advisor, Higher Education, Commonwealth of Learning. Is Dr. Bagwan here? And Mr. Simon Ravaioli here? Please come to the stage, please. And as before, I hand over to the chair who's going to facilitate. We want to manage time. We're running a little bit behind. I'm worried a little bit that our Deputy Minister who's going to wrap up may have to leave at a particular time. But I know that Dr. Kivi will manage this to the best of his ability and leave time for questions. Over to you, our interim chairperson.
Thank you, DDG. Am I allowed? Okay, I need to use the hand mic, no problem. So, good afternoon to everybody. My name is James Kivi. I head up a non-profit in South Africa, but I've also worked a lot in this space. Thank you for the two deputy ministers for staying and giving us your attention. Thanks to the DG as well, and all protocols observed. What I'm going to share with you in a couple of minutes is a little bit of background that might feel a little bit disruptive from the previous session, but I'd like to build on what Boreen and his panel spoke about. One of the things we've seen for many years in our system is that a lot of the policy instruments we use are supply-side driven. There was a question, Josie, one of my ex-colleagues asked a question in the previous panel. You know, how do we get to the demand side? Now, the interesting thing about micro-credentials is they largely start on the demand side. So there's something happening in our systems in all our countries across the globe where the supply-side systems are too bureaucratic, too slow, and the demand-side systems are starting to grow and become stronger, and the two will meet somewhere. The point I always make, and those that have heard this before, you don't have to listen to this again, but I really believe that qualification frameworks will gradually be replaced by credential platforms. Qualifications will become credentials, and frameworks will become platforms. But how we get there is not clear, and it's going to take time. And you know, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. As in South Africa in particular, we often use this kind of metaphor. If something doesn't work, we throw it out and then we try something completely new. This is not the time to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but there's definitely something happening. So let me go through my slides, and I'm just going to briefly just tell you what I'm going to be talking about. So here's my first slide. This is just generated by ChatGPT, so it's not my images. 6 different images of credentials. The first image is the one that the previous panel spoke about and that we're very familiar with, a qualification or a certification. That's a type of credential. The second type of credential I have there is a professional license. I've got an accountant as an example, but there are many professional licenses. But being a chartered accountant, for example, is a license to practice, and it's also a credential. The third one at the top there is a little bit strange that I'm adding it here. A driver's license is also a credential. It's a different type of credential, but it's still a credential. Bottom left, how about my banking profile? Now, this is where people like Nadia that I work with get nervous because we're taking this a bit too far. But a banking profile is also a credential. Okay, a passport is a credential. Many of you have traveled here to us in South Africa today. And how about something a little bit more occupational? If I work at height, I need to be licensed to work at height. Can you see that I've just briefly given you 6 examples of credentials that are very varied? Qualification is only one of them. So where the world is going with micro-credentials, it's starting to pull together these different concepts in a way that are all digital. Digital is key here because the technology enables us to bring these different types of credentials together into one system or one platform. The term that you use quite often in this space would be digital identity. So digital identity is a way, a unique identifier, whether I work on a banking profile, or hopefully one day on a qualification, or my passport, or my driver's license. And so what we see is these technologies are coming together and helping us to understand credentials in new ways. So what is a micro-credential? Because that's what I'm really supposed to talk about. So a micro-credential is definitely a certification. It should be assessed. We hope so. And Boreen's panel also spoke about this a little bit. I'll come back to it now. Should it be quality assured? Common kind of trend is yes, but how do we do that if we have these varied credentials? They're shorter than qualifications. That's why they're micro, so that's not rocket science. They provide a learner with knowledge, skills, values, competencies. The previous panel spoke about this in a targeted area. This is a definition from the African Continental Qualifications Framework. UNESCO has also got a nice definition that you can look at. So let's start with the basics. This is just some of the terminology we use in the qualification space. Now, quite often when I do this kind of thing, my wife always tells me, who reads these things? Like, this is so boring, okay? But these are the terms that are really important in the space that we work together. And we must be careful that these terms don't get confused in the work that we do, whether we work on the supply or the demand side. I don't have time today to go through each of these terms, and you will get the presentation, but can you see some of the terms that have been spoken about today already? Knowledge, skills, competencies, assessment, certification, credentials. Now, unfortunately, the tech guys at the back cut off the last piece of my slide, so I just have to explain beyond the credential. On the credential, there are 2 types of credentials, micro and macro. A macro credential is typically a qualification as we know it. A micro-credential is a shorter piece of learning that is more agile, and a term that gets used, it's more stackable. Okay, so qualification is also in my diagram, and a curriculum, and a learning program. The only real point I would want to leave with you on this slide is right at the bottom of my slide in the green. I've got the term learning outcomes. Learning outcomes is, I often use this metaphor of alchemy. In the Middle Ages, people thought if they mix metals, they will create a precious metal. So they will take non-precious metals and they mix them and they will create gold. But they had to mix something, and what we're mixing here in the work that we do are learning outcomes. Learning outcomes are very strongly developed in the supply side through qualifications, but they are increasingly becoming more evident on the demand side as well. I would challenge you nowadays to pick up a job description or a performance appraisal, and you might just see a familiarity with the language that is being used. And if the language is similar across supply and demand side, all of a sudden these credentials come together in one place. But let me not spend more time on this one. I want to leave you with this as well. A micro-credential and a part qualification, not the same thing. There's a reason we're using the term micro-credential and not part qualification, because there are conceptual differences that are underlying what we're busy with. And it's got very much to do with the supply and demand side discussion we've been having. So how does it relate to lifelong learning? And maybe this is a UNESCO publication we worked on a couple of years ago that you can look at. But this is the idea that our learning takes place throughout our lives. The Zambian colleague spoke about non-formal, formal, and informal learning. The important thing is that the formal learning is often a very small part of our lives. This picture in the dark black bits shows you, when I'm at school, whether I'm at university, there's a lot of formal learning. But in my life, there's a lot of gray, which is the non-formal learning. In the workplace, I can sometimes get formal learning, but a lot of that learning is also by chance in the workplace. So we must design systems that can accommodate non-formal, informal, and formal learning. Our current systems are biased towards formal learning. And when we get non-formal learning, how do we try and get it in the system? We use RPL. So recognition of prior learning helps us to take the non-formal learning and make it formal. But in a way, we're kind of putting, using square pegs and putting them in round holes. And it's kind of difficult and expensive. So how about quality assurance? This is the question you will always get when you talk about micro-credentials. In the work we've recently done with the ILO and UNICEF, we've proposed 3 levels of quality assurance, because the one level is not sufficient. The one level that we're very familiar with is my top example there on accredited qualifications. It's also referred to as the gold standard. There's a proper quality assurance system and all the things Nadia and others spoke about in the previous session. But how about if we go one level lower and we talk about something like endorsed credentials? Now, an endorsed credential might sit uncomfortable with a qualifications agency, but endorsed credentials are used widely in the workplace. LinkedIn is the most easy example I can give you. If I say I have a work experience with a particular company, my previous employer endorses that, or a colleague endorses that, all of a sudden there is it's not as good as the gold standard, but it's there. And then how about the bottom one if I do something that is self-attested? Now I don't have the gold standard, I don't have a peer review, but I still say I've done something. Now, the reality is in the future that we're going to very quickly as a global community is that these 3 levels can coexist. But the risk for all of us is we don't really know how to deal with them together. So if we can't deal with them together, we stay with the gold standard and our systems become quite bureaucratic and slow. So this is an interesting dilemma for us. Can generative AI play a role? And this is my last point, and I'm going to talk to the panel. So generative AI uses large language models. Learning outcomes, remember my picture I showed you just now with the core kind of alchemy or the kind of core fluid that we use to create the gold, are learning outcomes. But learning outcomes get written using language. Now, a large language model is surely very good with working with language. And if learning outcomes are written in language, all of a sudden our application of generative AI to everything we're speaking about today opens a whole new world. Do yourself a favor, whether you use ChatGPT or Claude or any of the other generative AI tools, play around with learning outcomes, and I'll challenge you to see how surprised you are, how effective it is to work with these language, because there's a common currency. The common currency is the learning outcomes in language, and therefore the generative AI is pretty good at this. So this is why I really motivate for this idea that we're moving towards credential platforms that are driven by technology, and a lot of the new tools that we're finding today are going to help us a lot with what we're doing. So let me just end here then. So this is my panel that I'm going to give over to now briefly. And I'm going to ask them a couple of questions. So I hope you're okay with that, and we'll see how the online, we've got 2 colleagues that will join online. Noshmi, who's over here with us today, is from Mauritius. So Noshmi works at the Higher Education Council in Mauritius. Mauritius is busy implementing a micro-credential framework. Noshmi and I always joke because we compete with Mauritius sometimes, and now South Africa is being left in the dust, Noshmi, because I think you're doing good work. So Noshmi is going to talk about that for a while. Simone, who's with us sitting next to Noshmi, is based in Italy. Simone and I have worked together for many years on and off. Simone, I describe him as a bit of a disruptor in this credential space. Comes from a technological background, and he'll talk a little bit about some of the concepts that I've raised now much better than I can. Then we've got 2 online colleagues, and let's just maybe see if you can switch the screen. So my first one is Shizuka Kato. Shizuka is from the OECD, and Shizuka will be joining us from Paris. And then the last panelist is Jaco Olivier. No surprise, Jaco is also a South African, but currently based in Vancouver at the Commonwealth of Learning. So the 5 of us are going to have a brief discussion around some of these concepts. So let me start right off with maybe Shizuka. Can I see whether we can get you on the screen? Maybe the guys at the back. Let's see. Okay, we can hear you, Shizuka. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Not sure you can see me, but I'm going to try. So
Perfect.
Hello, my name is Shizuka. Hello, my name is Shizuka Kato, and it's my pleasure to join you, although sadly online. And I work at the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The OECD is an international organization with 38 member countries, but our work extends beyond our membership and helps single national framework and to have a coherence in the micro-credential field. So that's it from my side. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Shizuka. So what I want to engage you as an audience with today, both online and in the room, it's interesting that the ILO, UNESCO, OECD, UNICEF, all these bodies are working on micro-credentials. There's something happening in the world, if all our kind of global agencies are looking at this in a lot of detail. And I think the OECD has done good work in this area. So Jaco, if I can switch to you, tell us a little bit about your work on micro-credentials. And I know you're looking at some regional standards as well, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, as you said, I work at the Commonwealth of Learning in Vancouver, Canada. And at the Commonwealth of Learning, we've got a project developing a Commonwealth credit transfer framework for micro-credentials. And with this project, we aim to create a framework that will allow for the recognition of micro-credentials across all of the 56 member countries. So we'll be aiming to create something that is very inclusive, because there's a lot of work being done already, as you indicated. I'm also part of the project, the Micro-Credentials and Digital Identity Wallets project, which is anchored as the Commonwealth Centre for Collective Learning in Malta. And I think when we talk about micro-credentials, we need to talk about the technologies that support this as well. And that's where the digital identity wallets come in. But as you indicated, we also think that a lot of the work with micro-credentials should be driven regionally. We recently had 5 regional meetings covering all the Commonwealth countries where we got input from our colleagues working in this space, what they need and what is possible. And we identified, specifically in the Pacific and the Caribbean area, that it cannot be done at national level. It needs to be done at regional level. And I think that is one way, moving closer to some kind of a common standard, but we're not there yet. I think that's where the discussion must go further. How we create something that can talk beyond country and region borders. Thank you.
Thanks, Jaco. So Nashmi, I'm going to switch to you. So there is a regional project happening in Southern Africa. Maybe you can tell people a little bit about that, and then add to that, I'm really interested for the audience to hear what's happening in Mauritius.
Thank you, Dr. Kivi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm Nashmi Bhagwan from the Higher Education Commission from Mauritius. So basically, the Higher Education Commission is the regulatory body for higher education in Mauritius. So we are the regulatory body for the establishment of higher education institutions in Mauritius, and no institution is allowed to offer any program without the accreditation being granted by the HEC. So we are also responsible for the recognition and equivalence of qualifications, be it local or foreign qualifications. And we are also responsible to allocate funding to all public higher education institutions or universities in Mauritius. So our experience on micro-credentials all started 2 years ago when we received scholarships from the Commonwealth of Learning, around 14,000 courses which we had scholarships, and many Mauritians, around 4,000 Mauritians had the opportunity to have these short courses, be it on Udemy, Google or Coursera. So then we thought that not to enable these students to be able to have these short qualification recognized, then we had a partnership with the UNESCO IIEP, who conducted, in line with our TVET sector, at that time the Ministry of Education comprised both the TVET and higher education sector. Then we had, with the support of the UNESCO IIEP, they conducted a survey for us just to know the status of our stakeholders. And then last year, our Ministry of Education split into 2 ministries. So the higher education now is under the Ministry of Tertiary Education. So we went about developing our own framework. So how we went about that, first of all, we had our stakeholders meeting, and then we started developing our the framework of micro-credentials. We'll talk about later on our roadmap, on our blueprint. And then we had all our stakeholders involved, but most importantly, our journey started first of all because our regulation, it had a provision of micro-credentials in our regulations. So I would say that without if a country, or for us, it's our act. The Higher Education Commission has been set up by an act of parliament. So in our act, there is a mention of micro-credentials. That's how we started about developing micro-credentials. And furthermore, the Higher Education Commission is also a part of the PUMISA project, where we have the opportunity to discuss our experiences and to know about the status of micro-credentials across the countries of Southern Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, Nashmi. That's covered. I think Mauritius as a country is an interesting case study. One of the smaller countries in Africa, perhaps in the globe, and what they've been able to move on relatively quickly, Nashmi, is something that I think others would need to look at. Let's switch to Simone. Simone, often, technology drives policy, or policy is followed by technology. How does this technology fit in with micro-credentials?
Thank you, James. Simone here, I tend to research and look at micro-credentials through the angle of technology and the underlying technology layer that enables them. When we think about delivery of micro-credentials, I think, at least I look at it from two different lenses. One is, how is this learning going to be delivered? I mean, is there any difference in delivering a micro-credentials than a micro-credentials? And often there's an online component there, but I won't discuss that into too much detail. The delivery of micro-credentials that I'm really focused on and that I'm interested in has to do with that demand side of the equation, James. So when these credentials are now in the hands of learners and they are shared for a purpose, typically to unlock downstream opportunities, whether they are employability opportunities or enrollment opportunities, that delivery, that exchange of micro-credentials is where most of the work that I do in my day job and in my night hustle really belong to. And that comes with different layers of technology components that address different problems. One would be privacy, but the ones that are probably more learner-centric have to do with how might I be in full control of these credentials? Are the credentials that I can share going to be trusted? What is the verification that technology enables? What is the new type of verification? How might we streamline verifications with technology? Or is the data inside the credential responding to a standard? Is it understandable from the party that receives it and has to make sense of it? So these are all technological aspects of micro-credentials that really belong to learner mobility, which is exactly the problem space that I've been researching, trying to stay at the nexus of policies, technology, and practice. And James, I'll leave it at that and get back to you.
So data privacy, we said we'll speak about that. This is a really thing close to my heart. A lot of these developments, of course, require technology. And while the data privacy regulations are very strong in more developed countries, in low and middle income countries, our data privacy laws are often weak. And there's a risk here that if you move in this direction, that you are compromising data privacy, particularly of your citizens. So this is something to keep in mind. Jaco, can I ask you maybe a more difficult question, or maybe it's not so difficult? Do youth get jobs because of micro-credentials or not?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important question. I think that drives a lot of the initiatives around micro-credentials. There's growing evidence that completing micro-credentials can help youth gain employment, especially when credentials are well aligned with industry needs and embedded within national qualification framework. However, the impact varies depending on design, quality assurance, and employer recognition. I think it's important that at institutional level, some modularization is essential if you want higher education to move closer to something that that supports employability. Microcredentials are often designed in collaboration with employers and industry to target specific skill gaps. In Australia, many microcredentials are developed in consultation with industry, and they are mapped to the Australian qualification framework. During the pandemic, a lot of good work was done through government support in this regard. In New Zealand, microcredentials are listed on the New Zealand Qualifications and Credentials Framework, and there they are required to demonstrate demand from employers or industry through the process. And many surveys have shown similar good support for employability towards the use of microcredentials in recognition. From our planning, we are involved in a number of projects at university level where graduate employability skills are promoted. And at these institutions, we see that microcredentials have a lot of promise in using certain soft skills or so-called 21st century skills. And we might not slip into the macro credentials. A microcredential would be a good avenue for these institutions to bring in some of these skills.
So 30 years ago, when I started my career and I had less grey hairs than I have now, we used the term NQF as not a quick fix. Those of you that have been around in the space would know that we spoke about the not a quick fix. And for the last 30 years, we've been trying to gather evidence around, do NQFs, add jobs? Do they add to the economy? And I mean, these results are, even after 30 years, still thin and difficult to prove. And now we have this new trend around micro-credentials, and the same questions are coming up. Do youth get jobs? Do economies get impacted because there's more fluidity and agility in the credentials? There's a lot of work for us as a global community, as a G20 community to do to interrogate these things in a much more detail. And there's a risk that we just go with something because it feels like a new trend. My view is micro-credentials are not a new trend. I think there's something here that is linking supply and demand that we should pay attention to. But Shizuka, let me go back to you then. Industry, so Jaco spoke about industry. What is your view on micro-credentials and industry? Do you agree with me that they originate from industry, or would you say they're more supply-side driven?
It's a difficult question because in a broader term, micro-credentials can serve both academic purposes and labor market purposes. But yes, I do agree that the micro-credentials are discussed more in the context of focusing on the demand side, labor market and others. And yes, so I do agree with you. But also, whether they can deliver on labor market potentials or not really depends on how they are designed and whether they are trusted by employers. And to get trust, I guess my advice, the easiest way to get them on board in the development and design. So Jaco already mentioned the cooperation with industry. It sounds simple, but it's actually one of the best ways to get recognition from them and make them feel that the micro-credentials are their own thing. And other practices we see at the OECD countries are maybe two practices, two examples. One is that to align micro-credentials with industry or occupational standards. So in this way, it's done in Croatia, and in this way, micro-credential learning outcomes are expressed in the word or in the terminologies that employers use and employees know. And another approach would be to use labor market and skills focusing data, and it's done in Estonia. And in this way, micro-credentials are more responsive.
So Shizuka, if I can just follow up for a second, do we have evidence that micro-credentials are adding value to economies? From the OECD side, I'm sure these are things that you would be tracking and looking at. Do we have any evidence to show that there's a positive sign?
Yes, and also, actually, I must say that we still lack strong evidence. So in a small size study, we see that some credentials are really delivering on are really increasing employment rates and also wages. But also, in most cases, we don't have enough evidence, we don't have enough evaluation mechanisms, and it's also harder to measure the outcomes of micro-credentials because they are small So unlike degree programs that continue for like years, it's really hard to really see the outcomes of these small scale learning.
Yes, no, I'd agree with you. So, Noshmi, a couple of people spoke about trust. You know, qualifications are trusted and therefore employers employ people with X qualifications. What about the trust and micro-credentials? Do you think there's a trust building in Mauritius on the work that you're doing, or is it still too early?
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, to gain the trust of the industry, recently we did our validation workshop on our blueprint. Our blueprint is basically the framework on micro-credentials, which include accreditation processes, recognition, register, etc. So we explain in that document all the processes, all the steps which needs to be done so that a micro-credential can be accredited and recognized. So to gain the trust of the industry and of stakeholders, what we did 2 weeks ago, we did a validation workshop where we presented our blueprint to all the higher education institutions, be it private or public, and we also had the collaboration of the industry. So we involved the industry in our workshop, and we had 2 facilitators from countries who have already developed, coming from countries who have already implemented micro-credentials. So I think that the trust will be there once the regulatory body engage all the stakeholders who will be involved. It's only then that we will be able to gain the trust. Yeah.
Okay, not easy. So, Simone, last question, then we can switch to the audience. And Simone, I drove from Johannesburg or Pretoria here, so we had lots of time in the car. So maybe just a little bit of a question that we didn't speak about before, Simone, but foundational taxonomies and generative AI. Do you think there's something that can help us around the generative AI and the taxonomies to understand credentialing better?
I believe the way we've been looking at taxonomy so far, which is a way to understand the meaning of learning and credentials for the ones that are not familiar with taxonomies, as being by trying to design frameworks or vocabularies or proxies for us to understand the meaning of things. And we've done it regionally, we've done it contextually. And we've engineered systems that are really helpful today. But there are challenges around connecting the different taxonomy one another. We might have the same definition or description for one specific skill in one taxonomy and in another. So this is a big challenge. So in this case, it's not a lack of a map or a taxonomy that we have, but it's an overabundance of them globally. And so how might we connect them, map them, and make sense of them, or translate from one to another? I think this is really a space where emerging technologies like generative AI can really help. They can give us superpower in understanding not just the text that might be used to describe a specific skill, but everything that can be connected to it or linked to it. That additional context we do not provide directly. And so this ability to go out and search and create connections for meanings that did not exist because we were not able to pre-code them is incredibly important. And as we do this, we might see emergent new taxonomies that cover spaces that have been left behind. This is certainly obvious for skills that did not exist before, but also how some of the skills that existed are going to transform and be reshaped. So in that case, I think we should look at generative AI as superpowers that help us connect the great work that we've done, that we've designed and engineered, to what is coming.
I think it's an interesting topic, and maybe it's overly technical for today, but some of you would be interested in this. You know, the International Standard Classification of Occupations is used quite widely, and there are different permutations of it. But we don't have one that is contextualized necessarily for Africa, or perhaps in the country that you work. So the foundational taxonomies are definitely something that are part of this equation we're talking about. Learning outcomes are language-based, but in order to work with the learning outcomes, you need a classification system. The classification system might not yet be developed, and maybe it's something that will be developed in the next, not even a few years, but few months. So there's a really exciting development happening in this broader space that we're talking about on credentials today. Let me pause and we take a couple of questions from the audience and maybe one or two online. So let's start in the audience. If you can just show me your hand and the mic will be brought to you. Okay, Josie, I see your hand. If we can just have a mic in the middle, thanks. Gerda, if you can just look online in the meantime, and I'll come to you now maybe with 2 questions on the Q&A.
Hello. I think, James and colleagues, thank you very much. I just want to make these connections, as Simone has indicated. I think one of the important things that is mentioned, and it stems back to the question that I raised around learning pathways, so I want to make that connection. I think, Simone, what you've raised is the issue of mapping. So the mapping of learning pathways becomes critical to how we navigate the complexity of our system. And I think that's a very important thing for us to reflect on and what that means in the context for learners. And because I work in the local government space, it becomes important for the pathways, if I can contextualize it, for service delivery areas. How do we navigate the system from schooling if we want learners to go into water and sanitation, waste management, local economic development, regional and town planning, safety and security? Those are the things that I'm talking about in terms of learning pathways. And it's not just about qualifications. It also comes back to skills programs, whether it's informal, non-formal, formal. It also requires a mapping, and that is also linked to professionalization. And I think the other key thing that I've taken away from you, James, as a colleague, is learning outcomes. Those learning outcomes are critical not only for formal, but it's also critical for informal and non-formal learning. And if we take it back to the workplace, we need to foster learning in the workplace. And therefore, informal and non-formal learning becomes important. You said it, James, in terms of job descriptions. How do we then link it back to the way that we manage learning in the workplace? And I think that's just something to ponder and reflect on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's clear. One more hand in the auditorium. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, we'll come back to you. Gerda, any questions online?
There's 2 of them. The first one is what mechanisms can be put in place to ensure micro-credentials remain aligned with rapidly evolving labour market demands? That's the first one. And the second one is how can G20 countries encourage employer recognition and acceptance of micro-credentials in recruitment and promotion practices?
All right, thanks, Gerda. That's great. So let's take a round of responses from the panel. And I can give you a question, or do you want to take one? So I cannot have any takers. Anybody? Simone, maybe you can start with the learning pathways. Are you comfortable to answer it?
I think, I agree. As a reflection, I did not catch a specific question there. But as the overarching policy here, it's the Global Recognition Convention. I think this pathways represent mobility. And if I can connect it to the framing on the kind of the employer side, how might we encourage employers to recognize this might be a little trick, but there is essentially micro-credentials have really picked up a lot of momentum actually outside of academia originally. And what they were called MOOCs, or short online courses, now we call them micro-credentials, but there's a rush to issue to offer new types of learning, flexible learning. Corporate world is the first that is rushing to it. In fact, they claim that those are more valuable than academic learning. So I would, the trick is you can only offer micro-credentials if you recognize them in the inbound flow. If you get applicants coming in for a job, they show up with a micro-credentials, you should put the effort to recognize it, because likely on the learning and development side of the house, you're rushing to say, this is like my own internal programs, which might be called micro-credentials.
Okay, it's a good start. Jaco, do you want to build on that? So it's interesting that nowadays we hear less and less about MOOCs. You know, you triggered that for me, you know. Massive open online courses were a big thing at one point. It's strange that that terminology has kind of dissipated. So Jaco, do you want to talk about this a little bit? I know it's an area Cole works in. You know, are MOOCs still part of the conversation, or have micro-credentials taken this over? And if you want to just add on the learning pathway, you're welcome.
Yes, I think MOOCs, to an extent, the excitement around MOOCs are not there anymore. Cole has supported the development of a number of MOOCs because there was demand, especially during COVID, for that kind of development. Currently, it's not a priority for us as it was in the past. I think what we should take away from MOOC is the idea of open courses, openness, and that we should not abandon. When it comes to pathways, however, I think pathways play a critical role in enabling the content for youth employment through micro-credentials. And the important word here is stability, as was mentioned earlier. Being able to take those micro-credentials and stack them towards a specific goal, whether it opens up employment opportunities or opens up opportunities to study further, that is the important thing. But getting a broader acceptance of that is still a challenge. If in Canada, where micro-credentials are heavily invested in, there's not a broad acceptance on all age groups to embrace this as a way of furthering your skills. So adaptability, I think, is key when we talk about pathways. In the British Columbia, the province where I was sitting in Canada, they've got an education plan at BC, which actually allows you to create a pathway and different kinds of micro-credentials and other credentials towards a specific goal. And that, I think, emphasizes what you mentioned earlier, that a lot of these will be platform-driven. On the side of the student, on the side of someone who's in employment, they work with the platform. They don't even care about qualification programs. They don't know how the back end things happen. For them, it's all about the platform having the space to share what credentials they gained. But yes, I think pathways is something that we have to consider throughout, and that's very important for not just industry, not just for higher education departments, the grading departments, but especially for person on the ground who needs to show what they've gained. In an era where artificial intelligence and other things will affect the job market, this will be crucial. Thank you.
Thanks, Jaco. So Maureen showed a slide with puzzle pieces of the different recognition instruments that we see across the globe. There's something happening about them coming together or duplicating or contradicting each other, and micro-credential debate is in the kind of center of this. And as a global community, we need to look at this, and see how we can take this forward to avoid duplication, but to remain focused on both demand and supply side. We mustn't fall back into the trap of having a supply side focus. Shizuka, just a question around relevance, particularly with employers. Have you got any views on that?
Yes, but I think I just emphasized what I said. So to respond to the changing needs of the labor market, I think that was the question. Then one thing we didn't use is that the labor market data and the skills assessment and focusing data system. I know that the South Africa has a very good system to track the current demand skills and also future demand skills. So that's one place we can leverage on. So the micro-credential programs, we can make it mandatory for them to align with one of these skills so that it's responding to labor market needs, for instance. But also in certain industries, that their demands change much faster than what we can do with these data systems. And in that case, I think the collaboration is the way. So you
Thank you, Shizuka. So, as a parting contribution, I'm just going to ask each panel member just to think about what advice they would give to a G20 policymaker. We're talking about micro-credentials, we're talking about changes that are happening globally, and maybe just a line or two from each of them. What will be the top-of-mind advice you will give to a G20 policymaker? Noshmi, do you want to start?
Thank you, James. For the G20 countries who have not yet implemented micro-credentials, I would strongly advise them to start developing your framework, because there is a lot of potential in micro-credentials in terms of skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. And the beauty of micro-credentials is that it allows for stackability, which no other non-award credentials will not be able to do. So please start developing your micro-credentials framework in terms of knowing your process for accreditation, recognition, developing a register, and then I'm sure that it will be beneficial not only to the industry, but to the population at large, because this is the concept of micro-credentials, to increase access for mobility, transferability, and most importantly, inclusivity. Thank you.
Thanks, Noshmi. You remind me of myself 10, 15 years ago. I always used to tell when I work in countries, I'm not an evangelist for qualifications frameworks. And so, Noshmi, I agree completely with your enthusiasm, and I absolutely aligned on it. But there are pitfalls around this as well, and we've got to, part of the thing that countries engage, there are things that they appear as if they create things, but they're not tested, hey. But otherwise, I agree with you. Simone?
So for micro-credentials to really fulfill their promise to provide or to lead us toward like a renaissance of learning, I think policymakers might want to reframe away from lifelong learning and into this notion of lifelong recognition, which, just like learning is formal and informal, recognition could be formal and informal. It's in the words, but language matters, and language is actually the most hyped technology nowadays. So that's one reframing. The other is to, as you're looking at designing frameworks, reach into or toward the technology layer. For example, you could start to suggest what kind of data elements you might want to see as mandatory or optional when you design a micro-credentials and when you credential it. This is actually already been done in some parts of the world. The European qualification frameworks as this kind of guidance, and the Australian micro-credentials frameworks as well. I guess the third piece is just really to embrace a different way of going about policymaking and think about policy as data. The example that I just gave you is a way to do that. So I think if you want your policies to be adopted, ultimately one of the vehicles for those is the technology as enabler that helps practice. And so connecting all this by understanding what are the problems that the next layer is addressing, data for example, might help us gain tractions and have eventually this policy accelerated into adoption faster.
Okay, very helpful. Shizuka?
Yes, so it was already discussed in the previous session, but I would say I will emphasize the importance of international cooperation to G20 policymakers. Yes, more concretely, I would say they can pool funding together if they are interested in advancing the micro-credential agenda. Then they can launch a call for proposal and ask providers to develop a joint proposal, and providers need to come from multiple countries. So that way, they will be encouraged to work together, and that's one small but concrete step to advance the academic recognition across border. And yeah, I would say so. Promote international cooperation would be the priority.
Thank you, Shizuka. Good point. And Yaku?
Thank you. I think G20 policymakers should embed micro-credentials into national skills strategy, ensuring employers design, quality assurance, and stackability, informal and in the other forms of education. But I think the country should be careful of development in silos. We need generally accepted standards and processes. We should go on a good practice for the European Union and at country level good practices and some of the issues they've had. And I think also the positive things from Australia, Malaysia, Mauritius, New Zealand, so we've got many examples that we can go on. Finally, I think there needs to be support for public and private partnership and incentives to promote adoption. Prioritize alignment between labour market data to future-proof employment and foster inclusive lifelong learning across these applicable industries. I think microcredit is definitely an essential element within this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaco. Thank you to my panel. I hope we've created some vision for you of what lies ahead in the next 10 to 20 years. There's something happening, and I think it's important that our systems keep up with that, or they will become obsolete, or at least on the periphery. You might not agree with me, but things are moving quickly at the moment, and it's important for us as policymakers to be part of this. You will see now in the next panel that Albert will chair. Some of this is now going to pull all the way through into migrants and labor mobility, because it applies to that side of the world that we live in as well. So if you can just join me to give the panel a hand, and then we're done. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, let us give them a warm round of applause. This has been one of, well, I believe all of the panel discussions this morning have been very, very robust. For some like me, this is a new concept. I believe that for some like Dr. Kivi, it's been a long one. There have been very new ideas put forward today. There are some ideas where we don't agree. Some say the National Qualifications Framework is the way to go. Others say perhaps let us look at the micro-credentials as a possible way to go. Some of the takeaway messages are about learning outcomes, lifelong learning, and a range of messages have come through today. I believe that we could give them another round of applause. As I said before, moderators are working on the summary for the discussions that we have had today. In the interest of time, let me call my fellow colleague to give them a token of appreciation. I am not sure for our online contributors. Shall we virtually send the presents to you? I think Dr. Kivi, because you meet them fairly often, perhaps we will give the gifts to you. Would that be in order? All right, thank you. So 3 gifts to Dr. Kivi, and then 2 more to the other, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Colleagues, I have a challenge, and I need your assistance. Maybe let me start with a good challenge. There are donuts outside, and I saw that a few of you have got a sweet tooth, but we can't break for tea. The second challenge is that it's now 16:41. By this time, we should have been wrapping up and allowing our DM to sweep and close for us. But we have got two very exciting panels in front of us. Am I missing any? Not really. But I think we can try and combine them, because the first one, which has got quite a few panelists, is meant to take an hour, and it's Mr. Okal's panel. And then session 6 is the summary of insights. I have a suggestion, but unfortunately, maybe it's not a suggestion. It's a strong recommendation that maybe the team that's going to come forward, Mr. Ogali, the drink is on me tonight. That maybe we consider shortening yours. I know that this is not fair, that perhaps we shorten yours considerably. Perhaps 35 minutes. I've worked with quite a few people that are in the group there. International labor migration and skills mobility is very critical. Maybe 35 to 40 minutes at the best. I know Mr. Kumalo is going to kill me for this. I don't even want to comment on what DM is going to do or say. But my recommendation is that perhaps the session 6, we only leave to our Honorable Minister, because all of the people who have spoken as moderators have spoken before. That's my strong recommendation. That seems to be in agreement. The reason why I'm proposing this is that we have got to use part of this room moving forward to prepare for the cocktail as well. And so the soonest we move out of this, the best. Maybe with the DM Gondwe's approval, some colleagues who feel that they haven't been given the best of time for session 5 might make a few comments. But let's just see how we go. But nothing less than 40 minutes at all. And I'm sorry, Dr. Okal and panelists. So session 5 is going to go like this, please, colleagues. It's international labor migration and skills mobility, impact on education and employability. It's going to be led by Mr. Albert William Okal, who was part of the setting of the scene in the morning. I think the best way possible is for me to call out the names and for Dr. Okal to do the rest so that I save on time. Mr. Okal, please, if you may come to the stage, sir. Mr. Emmanuel Chikozi Ogongo, if you may come on stage, please, sir. Dr. Wiseman Makasela, if you may come on stage, sir. Mr. Frederick Wamalwa, if you may please come on stage, sir. Please forgive me, colleagues, if I am not reading your surnames properly. Trudy and Mr. Kumalo, I stand to be corrected here, but I think that our colleague from ADB is no longer joining us. So we might just be able to save on time there. I might just be wrong. And then there are online panelists, Mr. Wilson Lima Jr., Mr. Stephanie, I believe it's Winnie, and then let me do what's best in terms of saving on time and hand over to you, sir, with the greatest of appreciation. A round of applause, please, for this panelist. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So, thank you so much, the Chair. Because of the modifications that we have to do, so one of our panelists is going to leave at 5 exactly. So I want to request as well that my presentation comes last, because I think it is very important that we hear from the panelists, as they are the one who are sharing with us the experiences and practices. The presentation is standard, is already written, and it can be referred to at a later stage. So if I manage to remain with some few minutes at the end, then I will be able to share that. Our session, as I had earlier alluded to, is on skills and labor migration, how the two interact. We all know what labor migration about, and we also know that of the migrant workers in the world, labor migrants are the biggest share of that. And so my panel that I have is composed of a number of experts. The two of them are in front of you, Emmanuel from the AU, and also we have Dr. Weisman, who is based here in South Africa. But online also, we have Frederick, who is with the AFDB, the African Development Bank, and Stephanie Winnet, who is the head of stakeholders engagement at the International Organization of Employers. Because in the education realm, we are always blamed that we don't give attention to the demand side. I would like to start with Stephanie directly, because she's the one who's going to leave in a few minutes, to share with us the employer's perspectives when it comes to skills mobility, what her organization is doing, and what are the voices or advice of employers when it comes to considering policy and programs that target skills-based migration. I don't know if Stephanie is online and if the online colleagues can connect me.
I'm here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, please, Stephanie. Stephanie, noting that you will be leaving us soon, it would be very, very important to share with the audience here IOA perspective, how you are contributing to mobilize employers, facilitate skills-based mobility within G20 or globally.
Thank you so much. And I'm really very pleased to attend today's meeting, and I've been following the previous panel, which I found really fascinating and to the point when it comes also to migrant workers. So very happy to be here. I'm Stephanie Winnet from the International Organization of Employers, and some of you may not know the IOE. We're the largest global private sector network representing 150 national employers federations in more than 140 countries, and we're very happy to count Busa in South Africa as our member. And we serve as the voice of business in international numbers are scary. We're talking about skill shortage, and this is really our starting point. We can upskill, we can reskill, we can train, we can retrain, and this will be a priority. Reskilling, upskilling the local workforces. It's a long-term solution, but we need to look at a shorter-term solution because those efforts of reskilling and upskilling will take decades. So we need to be very practical, and that's where migration steps in. As a solution, people on the move bring talent, energy, potential, so we're calling on governments to establish living pathways that align with labor market needs, pathways that ensure that migrants are protected, integrate seamlessly, and have access to meaningful employment. So for us, this is key. Where are the skill shortages, and how can those shortages be filled through migration? And how could government help this by creating those living pathways to bring the talent, the skills where they are needed? So what do? You were asking what IOE is doing. What we do is really advocacy work, advocating for the establishment of living pathways for skill mobility, which are accessible, efficient, transparent, and here technology can also play a role in curbing this experience. We engage in policy dialogue, we actively engage in international forums, including the Forum on Migration and Development. We engage in the ILO, obviously, but also in the Global Compact for Migration negotiations that happen at the United Nations. We're very active in looking at concrete skills partnerships program, which promotes partnerships between countries of origin and destinations, which can help build skills ecosystems that benefit both sending and receiving countries, ensuring the portability and the recognition of skills. And here, that's also an area where technology can be key when we talk of e-credential and the portability of credentials. And we talk a lot about skills passports and how, and the skills recognition, the skills verification, and how blockchain could potentially help in that regard, in that space. And that's, in a nutshell, what we're trying to advocate as, looking at mobility systems that are responsive, including and really delivering benefits for all employers, workers, and economies alike. I hope this answers your question.
Yes. No, thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. And maybe, I don't know if you were with us here, it would have been good to hear also from the participant. But let's move on to another online participant, Dr. Frederick Wamalwa, who is the Chief Development Economist, Human Capital, Youth Skills Development at the African Development Bank. Dr. Wamalwa, as a Pan-African bank, AFDB is exclusively, I think, support African countries. And Africa is, I would say, by large known as a sending country, although a lot of migration in the region happens within the region itself. Can you share with us the bank's efforts in supporting African member states to improve skills development, not only to suffice the local labor market, but also the labor markets beyond the African continent?
Thanks, William. I don't know if you can hear me colleagues over there. So I couldn't join in person. Just to start off, I think we're starting to embark on where, as a region, we're grappling with, first of all, issues of not enough jobs being created by our economies, but also the economies where our to strengthen skills in biomedical field in the 5 East African countries. In addition to setting up centers of excellence in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, focusing on, like the one in Kenya is focusing on urology, the one in Uganda is focusing on cancer, research and care, the one in Tanzania is focusing on cardiovascular disease. Part of this support has actually gone into harmonizing the curricula around biomedical studies, so that we will be able to facilitate, the transfer of, or the mobility of, health professionals within the biomedical field from, within the region. Part of this support has actually gone into sort of knowledge work and sharing of experiences within the biomedical field. We've done the same with the ECOWAS region in terms of harmonizing the curricula in the ECOWAS field within the STEM field. We're also actually working with the African Union to develop it's actually a Pan-African university which we all know, and I think it's also part of the facility can really play a key role in terms of harmonizing the curriculum. But also, the qualifications are of course different countries. But I also want to step back and say, listen, when we are talking about skills mobility, I think
Okay. I don't know if technology. Okay, maybe we proceed with our panelist whom we have here, and then we'll connect with Frederick. He was just about to give us the context. So, Emmanuel from the AU, as a continental body, and having, I highlighted that a lot of migration is taking place within the region, but also Africa now, in the context of free trade era, how is AU collaborating or supporting member states to promote skills-based migration as part of its economic development priority? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Albert. And I would respond by recalling, I think, the presentation by Dr. James, if I'm not mistaken, in a previous panel. We sat together in Kigali, where he presented a picture of what I call the lotus, with 3 dimensions. One on training, that is the supply side, and the demand side being one. Then at the bottom, we have migration. That all of these 3 fundamental pillars are necessary for effective labor migration. And that's the premise upon which our work at the African Union, our intervention to member states has been framed, right? We support member states to not only develop skills for effective utilization, for effective recognition, for effective skills development, as well as utilization, but most importantly on anticipation. Those 4 key pillars are more or less what drives our intervention at the African Union. I would also say that, as of course many of our previous speakers have alluded to, labor migration on the continent and in our climate is predominantly intra-regional, but of course driven by opportunities as well as challenges. Some of these opportunities are, to a large extent, very clear, very stark for everyone. Everyone wants to move where there is greater economic prospect. But the challenges that we sometimes face are, very much linked to skills mismatch. They are also very much linked to recognition of qualifications, and that's why at the African Union level, we've rolled out a number of instruments or frameworks, if you may, that are supporting African Union member states to address some of these challenges and a mismatch in skills. One of such is the African Continental Qualifications Framework. The ACQF, from our perspective, seeks to harmonize harmonize qualifications across the continent, facilitating recognition, but most importantly, contributing to the discourse on mobility of skills, students and learners alike. We've also, in collaboration with the African Union Development Agency, developed the we're developing through support from, of course, jet services. We're mapping out some of the necessities, the prerequisites for a robust African occupational standards framework. These two instruments, we believe, must speak to each other. The occupational standards framework would set the groundwork for the demand side of skills dimension to labor migration. Without a proper occupational framework, we think the African Continental Qualifications Framework would be lost because there will be no speaking to the labor market needs. Another program that I would like to highlight is the Joint Labor Migration Program that we collaborate strongly with the International Labour Organization and colleagues at UNESCO, GIZ alike. The program focuses, of course, on labor migration governance. This is an important piece of work that we're quite proud of, facilitating MRAs, mutual and bilateral labor agreements across board. We've seen inter-regional, inter-reg dialogue through these programs. We've seen inter-reg collaborations through these programs, and we continue to use programs like this to encourage African Union member states and the regional economic communities to already start developing bilateral labor agreements, or in the case of the regs, MLAs, to already start facilitating migration. We've seen good examples in SADC region, in ECOWAS, in some other regions. They migrate, but the frameworks are not there. They do not exist. And we think it is quite important for such frameworks to be in existence. On the skills development side, we've also got a program called the Skills Initiative for Africa that the African Union supports member states to concretely improve the occupational prospects of young people on the continent. We go into member states to support with infrastructures, TVET infrastructures, through support from the European Union and some of our key partners. We digitalize TVET institutions. We roll out funding to member states to scale up their TVET facilities. Those are some of the key interventions that the African Union is using to promote demand-led skills and labor migration.
Thank you. And maybe I know AU is currently championing the Africa Skills Week that allows member states to meet at least annually to exchange and share, and also World Skills Competition African chapter that is also part of the effort to help member states harmonize and standardize their training programs. Dr. Wiseman, so you have been recently involved in a research that you probably might touch about, but it is about the skewedness of skills partnership in the context of labor migration. We have ideas or concepts such as brain waste or brain drain that is accompanying skills-based migration, whereby the migration is not beneficial to all people who are involved. Can you share with us the evolving concepts regarding to skills development partnership in the context of labor migration?
No, thank you very much.
Does it work?
Thank you. My comments would have been best located within Mr. Okal's presentation, but nonetheless, I am sure that you would get an understanding of the direction that I am taking. My comments are inspired by South Africa's theme, really, for the G20 chairship, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The views that I'm going to be expressing really are around what we are witnessing in the world on issues on labor migration, skills mobility, and employability across borders, that is, across the national labor markets. My comments and views are really from the South, that is the developing world, from the perspective of Africa in relation to the rest of the world and what is going on. The developing world, as we have been informed, is experiencing aging populations, and this has a direct adverse impact on national labor forces in the countries of the developing world. What is then happening is this: developed countries are turning to the developing world to provide different categories of skills and to augment their national labor profiles. This is the importation of labor to augment and rescue developed countries from what really is an existential crisis that they're experiencing and facing. As you may have seen since the very first seminar of today, or session of today, this new arrangement is being discussed under the themes of labor migration, with workers' rights, workers' human rights being central as the critical issues. Now, the view that I want to express is the following, and this is really based on research and analysis that has been conducted over a period. The labor migration partnerships have to be reconceptualized, they have to be reframed, they have to be reconstructed. The question is, why is this view? We need to go back to colonial histories of plunder and dispossession, extraction and exploitation of natural resources by developed countries. We are now seeing developed countries harvesting skilled personnel from countries in the developing world. Now, the point is that labor shortages in the developed world must not lead to the reproduction and reinforcement of historical inequalities and unequal social and economic benefits. We should not be seeing another era of extractive and exploitative relationships. What the skilled personnel from the developing world is contributing is really the sustenance of countries in the developing world. So to end really, the primary point and anchor really is that the relationship between sending countries and receiving countries should be based on principles of human solidarity, people-to-people partnerships, society-to-society collaborations, and mutual long-term societal benefits that go beyond just remittances. Labor-receiving countries should have as one of their objectives the human, social, and economic development of sending countries, mutually beneficial relationships beyond those who send labor and those who receive labor. It has to be much more involved than currently is being conceptualized.
Thank you, Dr. Wiseman, and I think that is a very novel perspective that is coming out in relation to skills and labor migration dimensions and relationship. Let me now turn back to online colleagues, and I want to call upon Mr. Wilson Lima Jr., who is the TVET advisor for Africa, working with UNESCO office in Dakar. Mr. Lima, UNESCO, as a global lead in TVET and skills development, is also doing quite a lot of work when it comes to human mobility. And in 2019, UNESCO produced a global education monitoring report that was specifically focusing on migration and education. There are some issues that were raised in that particular report that are relevant to our discussion today, but also there were some policy recommendations that reflect good practices from other countries. Could you share with us issues that are related to good policy and programming when it comes to migration and education?
Of course, and thank you very much, Chair, and greetings from sunny Dakar. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And before guiding you through some of UNESCO interventions across the globe and explore how migration, mobility, and education can work together instead of working at odds, I would like just to reiterate how timely and how important this discussion promoted today is. I think you all like to know, last week we received the very good news of the New Era deal that was reached by the United Kingdom and by the European Union. Two of the G20 members, and this New Era deal, it puts student mobility in the heart of the agreement. It's not about economic, it's not about defense, but it's about student mobility with UK coming back in a certain way to the Erasmus program. So it shows that mankind, that current society still believes that education, mobility, and migration can work together. But we know that this is not the hegemonic trend internationally. We know that there's much to do. Sure, this right is actually exercised by those most in need. And I would like to briefly, in the interest of time, to guide you through two examples of UNESCO that makes mobility easier and, of course, above all, juster for those more in need. So the first one, it has already been mentioned before, is the UNESCO Qualification Passport, or UTP for short. And this was already touched upon by Mr. Chilo in session 3. And as he said, it's a tool that was designed by UNESCO with the participation of countries from all the continents in the globe to help refugees and displaced persons who cannot fully document their qualifications to have them recognized abroad. And it works in a very structured process, in a standardized process that facilitates the summary of the student, the studies, the work experience, and the skills possessed by this migrant. And apart from Zambia, that was the example mentioned by my predecessor here during the presentation, Mr. Chilo, the UTP has also been applied in more challenging settings, such as in Iraq, where Iraq was able to receive and recognize many displaced learners from Syria in its own education and labor systems. And the UTP, it shows that its adaptability and its flexibility different settings. It's a very well-established three-steps process that are underpinned by the training of credential evaluators, the virtual evaluation of interviews, and here it's important to mention that Iraq was the first country to carry out such kind of assessments online. And of course, at the end, the third part of the process is the issuance of the qualifications to the candidates. And I'm glad to say that the UTP is coming out to West Africa. We are going to start piloting it in Togo very soon. And building on this momentum, UNESCO is mobilizing member states now for the upcoming conference on the
Thank you, Mr. Lima.
That, just 30 seconds. Just this, member states will discuss steps focused exclusively on refugees and displaced persons. So this is the way to go, mixing the policy framework with the actions at grassroots level to support most in need. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lima. We missed you a bit shortly, but that reflection in terms of sharing the practices from a number of countries and highlighting the phenomena of student mobility as part of the link between education and migration is very, very critical. Madam Chair, I don't know, but I have few slides just to augment some of what my panelists had said. So if I can have the slides to go through it very quickly. So many issues are coming out when it comes to skills and labor migration. First of all, the consensus that this is a phenomenon that now is very relevant because of the different structural, as we were told, issues that are taking place in different parts of the world. And I will show you shortly. My presentation, please, for those who are the IT. So what my presentation is going to, is this what I use? This one? For, okay, sorry. So this is
Chair, I was born before technology.
Sorry.
Is it moving?
I don't know how to use it. Oh, maybe that one. Yeah. Is it? Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, so I will go very quickly. To just share with you the global trends when it comes to labor migration, that currently we are at 2 million, I think, yeah, 2 million, more than 2 million migrant workers in the world, and 90% of those are of working age population, and 65% of them are in the labor force. And 93 of those migrant workers are actually employed, doing some form of livelihood. So you can see from that figure that labor force participation rate for migrant workers is very, very high. And this slide is just to share with you where most international migrant workers work by economic sector, and you can see that services is the sector that absorbs a lot of international migrant workers at around 68% globally. Then this slide is showing you where most international migrant workers are concentrated in, and the big blue cycle is actually high-income country by economic strength. And therefore, I believe a number of G20 countries falls under that category. And this indirectly tells you that the most important motivating factor for people to migrate is economic benefit on that. So you see a high-income country, and then high middle-income countries, and then the third one is now some countries in the Middle East. As you know, there's a lot of movement and developments going on that area. This also very interesting phenomenon about international migrant workers and entrepreneurship. So we know that migrant workers are more likely to become self-employed than to be wage-employed. And by doing that, they create jobs. And this can help, quell the fear that migrant workers actually interfere. They actually create jobs in the countries where they are being hosted. And you can see that in the last decade, from 2011 to 2021, they created around 4 million jobs in those countries which are hosting them, and that was an increase by 15%. However, despite that, they are despite that, they face, several barriers in the labor market, including restrictive migration laws. We know now what is happening in some parts of the world where they are getting deported. And they also, even within the labor market, as much as they participate effectively, but there's a lot of discrimination. They have additional barriers such as language, as we were hearing from the morning today, systems are still not talking to each other, and therefore migrant workers who come with skills and knowledge and experience, these skills and knowledge and experience are not duly recognized in the countries which are hosting them. So you can see that their labor force participation rate is very, very high, 68% against natives in the countries where they exist. And these are global figures. Now, we all know the drivers. The chief among them is lack of decent work. That's the push factor. So migrant workers are running away from lack of decent work opportunities from their countries of birth, and they are seeking opportunities in the countries of destination. We have, of course, some people who migrate because of political instability, environmental factors, and so on and so forth. And the pull factors, again, is the same. That's why you see the graph is skewed towards high-income countries, because those are where the opportunities are and where opportunities are being created. Now, how does skills come in? Because migration, as our colleague from employers had indicated, is now seen as a tool to balance the labor market, where countries that are experiencing shortages, either of labor or skills, are using migration to fill in those shortages and gaps. And what are we talking about? So this graph is a bit old, it's 2018, that was produced by Korn and Ferry, a very popular HR consulting firm. It shows the shortages of skilled workers in some countries. You can see the first one, which is very high at around 88%, is Japan. And this was in 2018, so probably things have changed. But this one is actually more recent, which is showing that labor shortages and skill shortages have actually plateaued at around 74%. And this is according to employers reporting that they are finding it difficult to fill some of the occupations globally. And then that calls the question, or brings into question, the issue of skills development in the discussions of labor migration. And we have some sectors which are experiencing higher shortages than others, and especially after COVID-19. So generally, what data is showing us is that in the countries where they are, migrant workers tend to have fairly high level of education qualifications. So, for example, that pie chart you see is showing that 75% of foreign-born nationals who were living in the OECD countries, all of them had secondary schools qualification and above. But despite the high education attainment that they exhibit, you will find in my next slide that there is a concept of brain waste among migrant workers in living. And by concept, brain waste is when you are qualified higher than the job that you are currently doing. So you find in many countries that are hosting migrant workers, because of the restrictions that I mentioned and discrimination, a medical doctor driving a taxi or working as a security guard, and so on and so forth. So despite their higher level of education attainment, there are the phenomenon of brain waste among migrant workers, and because of the barriers that we mentioned. One of them is that these countries do not have or have not set down a mechanism to recognize and appreciate the skills and qualifications that migrant workers bring forth. Then, but we know that if migration is well managed, especially demand-led skills-based migration, it can help, as we indicated, it can help meet demand and supply and reduce the mismatches if migration is informed by economic needs and opportunities, and then people have the right skills that match those opportunities, then it can really stimulate innovation and transfer of knowledge and skills. It also broadens the pool of skilled workers in an economy, and it promotes cooperation through partnerships in skills development, as we will see short while. If it is not well managed, as in many cases, you find that the concept of brain drain comes in, brain waste comes also in, and we know that in parts where there's a lot of low-skilled workers, there's a lot of workers' rights violation and exploitation that is taking place. And part of what causes is that countries still don't have the right information on where needs are, what kind of skills, and at what level. And this is more rampant, especially in our continent, in Africa. But we have frameworks. So the global framework, the Global Compact on Migration, calls on member states to cooperate around skills development in the context of labor migration. And we have champions. Based on that guidance, we have champions in the name of ILO, IOM, UNESCO, IOE, and ITU, who are developing a global partnership on skills migration. And the partnership is having a number of elements. The partnership calls for member states to have a dialogue. First, establish a platform where partners can meet, employers, workers, and governments to meet to determine the needs, to determine the labor market trends. And then that dialogue can lead into how they can establish recognition mechanism through tools that we are talking about here, whether it is through national qualification framework or through micro-credentials. And then that partnership can lead into joint skills development program. It could be through harmonization of standards, joint skills delivery, and so on and so forth. And then collaboration in training. And finally, if there is an agreement, I see Chair is standing up, then mobility or movement or migration of people takes place. If it takes place in that particular context, then you are sure that those migrant workers are going to a country to meet a particular demand based on the needs that have been expressed and protection issues. Madam Chair, okay. This is the last one, there are many. But the cooperation tools, Borhan and James mentioned some of those cooperation tools, national qualification frameworks, mutual recognition of qualifications, and this is always done through mutual recognition agreements. We have as ASEAN country, there was our colleague from Malaysia who was indicating that they don't have this issue of non-recognition, and I want to believe part of it is they have a framework that make reference to qualifications amongst member states. And we have, this is also very popular in Europe, skills or talent mobility partnerships, the mechanism that the countries are using to facilitate skilled labor migration. And then, of course, we have the bilateral labor migration agreements, under which, for us, ILO, we promote that skills module should be contained into those particular agreements. I would have said more, but Madam Chair, thank you so much. I don't know if my panelists will have parting shots before we just wind up. And this presentation will be available, and we have also put reference to materials and tools that you can visit. Thank you. So to my panelists, maybe we start with online. Frederick, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Just one second, please. Yes.
No, I think for us as a bank, in all this, we go back to the foundation. Let's address skills relevance, let's address job creation, and make sure that we also come up with the infrastructure that can facilitate people moving to other countries and being able to communicate back and send money back to where they come from. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my final remark is a call for action to member states to sign and ratify the Global Convention, the Regional Convention, because these frameworks will allow us to move quickly in the recognition of qualifications across borders. And we need to make sure that we keep our
Thank you. Emmanuel, please.
Well, thank you so much, Albert. I think for me, I just want to point to one or two key elements, and the first would be on strengthening national qualifications framework. In many cases on our continent, many of our countries are still at the early stage of development of the national qualifications framework. We can't talk about labor migration without a framework in place across board that ensures that the skills and qualifications that we are moving with has been quality assured, tested, and can be trusted. The need for labor market information system being enhanced is also something that we need to pay keen attention on. Use of big data. We speak of developmental aspirations, Agenda 2063, but what are the critical skills that are needed for the Agenda 2063, and how are we moving towards defining these critical skills? I think I would leave it at that. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Westman.
Yeah, no, labor migration, absolutely yes. Skills mobility, definitely required the world over. We just need to guard against reproducing global inequalities in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And from my table, I think we've seen migration, we've seen skills and education, and we've seen the issue of employment. And our call as ILO is to ensure policy coherence. When we are designing skills policies, we should think that there is also migration, and we should also think that there's also employment dimension out of it. So the coherence between different policies need to also be maintained. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, may we please give them a round of applause for a very robust and progressive discussion, and especially under a very tight time frame. Unlike all the other panel discussions, they haven't had an opportunity to take questions from the floor, but they still managed within the time frame that they had. Another round of applause, please. A take-home message for me is the extent to which they reflected on key matters that affect Africa in relation to the world, which is why we are here. I believe, amongst other things, this happens against the backdrop of May being Africa Month. And thank you very much, Mr. Okal, to you and your panelists for a very, very robust and progressive discussions. Once more, the moderators will summarize the sessions at the end of the day. I wish to call Ms. Zandile Masango to thank Mr. Okal and his panel for their token, with the token of appreciation. The challenge, Mr. Okal, is how we hand over the gifts to our panelists, who have also been very, very robust in their comments. We will send digitally, or we will ask you to perhaps, or perhaps we could see how we do it, unless you meet regularly with them. Not as much, no problem. So what we will do is we will facilitate that moving forward. Apologies, online panelists. My team and I will work out how you receive your tokens of appreciation. Over to you, Ms. Zandile, if you can hand over the tokens of appreciation. These colleagues, this brings us to the end of the 3 panel discussions. And as we agreed earlier on, this is a session that we will dedicate to our Deputy Minister
Manamela. As he gets up, colleagues, you can see he wants no introduction at all. In previous he wants none, not even the extent to which he believes in skills development, revolutionary, and all of the things. He's about to grab the mic from me.
Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you so much.
Man.
Can I use that?
Absolutely. Does it work?
DM? Does it work? Ah, yes, it works.
Over
All right.
to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, DDG.
Thank you.
We stand between you and Dina, and I hear some people have gone to ready themselves. DM Gondwe told me that as a lady, she needs more time to prepare herself for the cocktail, and I had to oblige. So we're going to try and make this as quickly as possible. In the different platforms, as we get to listen to some countries that are recruiting for skills, especially focusing on skills that emerge from the African continent, I bumped into one of these days a promo video from one of the G20 countries, which was explaining its approach for 2024-2025 towards granting visas to African countries. And they tabulated these countries in a rank from 1 up to 10, with 1 being the most favorable and 10 being the least favorable. So 10 top countries that this particular G20 country strategy on attracting visa from African economies is going to be. And this is obviously not accidental, because over time, most economies all over the world has been built on the back of African labor. And so they make it very explicit that their intention in attracting labor from these 10 African countries, and why they've changed their attitude in attracting skills from these countries. Why they are opening up and, in terms of visas to these African countries, is precisely because they want to support their economy and their economic approach. And they've made it abundantly clear. And of course, it's couched in diplomatic language, but also in language that will attract skilled Africans to go into this G20 country. They talk about, for instance, the top country that's being listed there is Cape Verde. And its dual language is mentioned as a strong factor. One of the countries mentioned is Mauritius, because of its reliability and trust, and the fact that it had invested a lot in its academic institutions, in its financial institutions. Of course, South Africa is included there, Ghana, and so on and so forth. And this may be just a promo by a G20 country attracting Africans to come and stay or work or live in this country. But at the core of it is the discussion that happened here today. If we put it much simpler, that not only the points that I think Dr. Makasela mentioned around the history and evolution of migration, both voluntary and forced, has not been, or its intention is not necessarily for the benefit of Africa as a continent, but or even if it's couched in mutual benefit, it is obviously for the benefit of the receiving country. And of course, today people cannot be whipped into boats and shipped elsewhere to go and work in digital plantations, or in public hospitals, or as domestic workers, or as drivers, even though they have the qualification, I think, as we've seen with the data, they go voluntarily because they are paid better in those economies compared to the kind of resources or wages or income that they will get in African economies. So I'm starting with this in closing our session today because we need to remember that mutual recognition of qualifications, labor migration, and any other discussion, micro-credentials, recognition of any form of qualification, that we need to understand the context within which it is happening and why it is important that in as much as we encourage all of these three elements that were essentially the center for our discussion today, we must remember that we have a continent to build, a continent that is young, younger than any other continent in the world, a continent that has become resourceful. I think we've heard from the AU around investments that most African countries have made in skilling the African population. And that beyond mineral resources, beyond any other endowment that Africa has, compared to anywhere else in the world, one of those is going to be human beings again. And this time, targeted human beings precisely because of their skills. And so I take this honor and responsibility to close this conference, this first day, which I thought was quite thought-provoking because we engaged deeply with what I think are very crucial and interrelated and interwoven, but also very dynamic areas: the recognition of qualifications, the rise of micro-credentials, and also the growing impact of labor migration on education and employability. And so by reflecting on, and maybe that's where we should start, on the recognition of qualification, there is a global shift underway, one that we have clearly seen reflected in today's exchanges towards more inclusive, flexible, and digitally enabled systems. Countries are increasingly adopting multilateral recognition frameworks, streamlining credential evaluations, and digitizing qualifications and databases. In the United Arab Emirates, for instance, reforms reduce red tape for foreign credential recognition by over 70%. South Africa's ratification of the UNESCO Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications is our own expression of commitment to global harmonization. I think we did this this year with one other additional country, but we must acknowledge that uneven evaluation standards, fragmented systems, but also administrative delays continue to limit mobility and waste talent, brain waste, as it was sharply referred to in the last session, especially for migrants and professionals from the global south. The lesson is clear: mutual recognition must rest on transparency, on trust, and strong quality assurance mechanism. Qualifications framework must become bridges and not bottleneck. Secondly, we discuss micro-credentials, which represent one of the most exciting but yet complex innovations in contemporary learning. Micro-credentials offer flexible, modular, job-relevant pathways for learners, especially in rapidly changing sectors like digital skills, artificial intelligence, and green technology. But also in unexplored, in the case of South Africa, in unexplored sectors such as our TVET colleges and our community colleges, this would be a great game changer. And I think it's important that our qualifications authority lead us in the discussions on how we could test some of these theories, some of which are already happening elsewhere. And I think in our own recognition of prior learning project, that we should test these theories in the part of the sector where I believe represent a greenfield. Yet for these tools to truly empower learners, we must embed them into national and international recognition ecosystems. Not all micro-credentials need to sit within qualifications frameworks, but without clear definitions and quality standard, they risk becoming fragmented and undervalued. And so as G20 countries, we have the opportunity and obligation to lead in integrating these innovations into coherent systems of lifelong learning. Finally, the conversation on international labor migration was both timely and urgent. And we had examples from countries like Kenya that are proactively exporting skills to global markets. Others, like the UK, are investing in domestic skills pipeline to reduce external dependence. But a persistent concern remains the under-recognition of migrants' qualifications and experience. And so, just as Africa built some of the major leagues when we refer to soccer, those who are soccer fanatics would know that the popularity of some of the big soccer leagues in the world, the British, the Spanish, etc., relied on African superstars as cornerstone of these soccer leagues, and sometimes to the detriment of African football. And that analogy should actually be applied when it relates to the migration of our skilled labor. Because this mismatch, as said, produces brain waste rather than brain gain. It undermines human dignity, limits economic productivity, and entrenches inequality. And I think the parting shot from Dr. Makasela was more apt, which I think was repeated again and again by the speakers from UNESCO, the AU, and the OECD. So we must do better. We need systems that see migrants not as problems, because the migrants who are being shipped back to their mother countries are those who do not have the skills and qualifications, who are therefore not needed in the countries that are supposed to be receiving them. We need systems that see migrants, as I said, not as problems, but as contributors bringing skills, resilience, and transnational knowledge. And that discussion is not only about what happens elsewhere in the world and its attitude toward the continent, but also internally in the continent. I think you've had just recently sharp discussions in our own country around the role of skilled, especially academics, from the African continent and the role they can play locally. These three areas, mutual recognition of qualifications, micro-credentials, and skills mobility, are not isolated, but are part of a larger transformation towards responsive, equitable, and future-oriented education systems that honor all forms of learning, support dynamic careers, and enable people to move, grow, and thrive. We remain as a country committed to this vision, and that's why we're going to drive this, as our minister said earlier, towards the G20 ministerial meeting and in various forms of multilateral partnerships that we have. We will continue to lead in shaping policies that are inclusive, globally aligned, and deeply rooted in national development priorities. And so we look forward in strengthening our partnerships across the G20 and with UNESCO, the AU, and regional bodies to take this work forward. And so as we prepare for the next G20 Education Working Group meetings, including the final technical seminar in July and the ministerial conference in October, let us do so with renewed energy and purpose, and commit to building recognition systems that do more than evaluate, that empowers, that enables, but that also uplift. I would like to take this opportunity, I think, firstly, to thank our minister for having given us a very incisive opening keynote, together with our deputy minister And all the panelists, I have permission from Trudy to just say all the panelists and moderators, because all of you did quite well. And the officials in our department who worked collectively with everyone from all over the world to make sure that this becomes a success. I wish you enjoy the cocktail later tonight. Thank you very much for listening.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you ever so much, Honorable Deputy Minister Manamela. Where I come from, there's a saying that you do not spoil a good broth by making any comments when closing remarks have captured so beautifully the essence of today's seminar. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We appreciate that. Colleagues, mine now is to thank you very much. Heartfelt gratitude for staying throughout the session and for very provocative ideas, very informative ones, and for a very wonderful seminar where we've had very robust discussions. In the interest of time, I will not go through the list of thanking everybody word by word, because as the DM indicated, we need to now allow for the team to prepare for the cocktail. And there is a list of thanking everybody who has participated here. The only perhaps missing team here is the G20 content team and the G20 task team. I don't know whether they are still here at the back. Maybe they could raise their hands. Thank you, colleagues, for making this a possibility, working with Ms. Trudy van Wyk, and also working with Mr. Xolani Khumalo, who I believe many of you know quite well. We call him the chief diplomat in the branch I am responsible for. Now, colleagues, you are invited to the cocktail this evening, where we hope to further show our warmth and our appreciation. We do not mind if people take their shoes off and they dance and they celebrate South African wine. And please always continue to visit our online exhibition. I believe some of you have visited that. It is great work that has been put together by the G20 content team and the task team. I want to request Mr. Khumalo, are you here? Please come over, sir. Everyone knows you here. And please just come over, please, for a moment, and just direct us in terms of time for the cocktail. I see our DM is leaving. Oh, he doesn't want me to even announce that. My DM's humility and humble nature exceeds expression, colleagues. So I will allow Mr. Khumalo to just announce. It's just around the corner. The room next door. This is another one who does not want a coverage. What time are we starting? We're supposed to start at 6. We're supposed to start at 6. But they still need to prepare? 30 minutes. No, they are prepared.
They are prepared already. All right. So, colleagues, unfortunately, as the DM indicated, as ladies, I was also hoping myself to go to the hotel room and just change into my fine gunnery. Maybe a fancy dress, but I think this will do in celebrating together with you the end of the seminar. So it's just next door. You are most welcome, please, to go through there. Thank you ever so much for your participation. If you can please give yourselves a round of applause and continue to share your business cards. The seminar is closed. Thank you so much.